Hello Woods. A new sustainable era for Levenger.
c'est A, 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 C, E,
Manuel Blanco is here. I need him. Huh? Hello, voilà. Look at you. Okay, we will start even if it's not still the full, perhaps some people arrive late. So welcome to all. We just make a short introduction, and for that I will give the speech to Manuel Blanco. Manuel Blanco is our president of Europan Europe. He's also the dean of the School of Architecture of Madrid. And he will make the opening, and after I will present the program. Okay? You have your...
Hello. Well, we have done it again. Welcome, bienvenue. I am very, very happy to be here finally at Clermont-Ferrand. And really, thank you, Didier, to you and your team, the General Secretary and all the committees for organizing once again.
Thank you to you also.
Once again, Europan. But it's really a joy to arrive and to see the cities, to see the young architects that won Europan 16 with us. As a matter of fact, we are doing this for them, and we are doing this for our community all through Europe. Europan is, I would say, the most prestigious institution in Europe dealing with architecture. The ones who deals with the present of the old Europe, but the Europe that is going to be built. In a moment so complicated like we have now, sorry if I say this, but I never thought we were going to be again in the middle of a war, in the middle of a European war. Europan is not destroying our Europe, is building our future Europe. And is building our future Europe with ideas, with ideals, with principles, with what has to be done in order to preserve our cities, what has to be done in order to build an habitat for the European community. And for me, that's very important, and very important to have all of you here. Is the way that we can talk really about architecture. We can talk really about cities, about urbanism, about landscape, about design, all the scales involved. When I arrived this morning, half asleep, I have to say. I am not really a morning person. I arrived yesterday very late. Well, we all arrived. The flight from Paris was an Europan flight. and the Sunday morning flight from Clermont to Paris again, I think, with this car, is the boarding pass. But that so many countries can come to a place in the middle of the Massif Central and be here because Europan France, Alain Bocard, organized this with the General Secretariat. And being together, and being 200, 300 people, being able to talk in a university city about what Europe has to build and how we are going to live in the next decades, because the things that are going to be created here, that are going to be decided here, will be the mark for the future of what's going to be the next 20 years. And I mean next 20 years because it's how we are going to have first the processes, afterwards to build it, and afterwards to see how the people inhabit it and will learn again the lesson. I want to thank especially the cities, the places that have given us a space, a site to build our dreams, to build what our society needs, and all the people involved in that. Is the illusion, is the creativity, is the technique, is all the skills that we have taught our students at the School of Architecture that are going to be manifested here. Women and men architects are going to build what Europe has to be. In the moment that Europe is talking about the new Bauhaus, is talking that creativity involvement of the cities, involvement of the communities, participation is going to be like New Europe after the pandemic. We need you, and we need all the inputs that are coming from this movement, because really Europan is an idea, Europan is an illusion, Europan is another way of dealing. What European Bauhaus is, I told that 1 year ago in San Sebastian, is the thing that Europan always has been. We always have the participation of the people, the creativity, the circularity, the use of the existing things, the recyclage of the city, of the architecture, in order to build these things for the people. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for coming to Clermont-Ferrand to Europan 17.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you very much for your welcome speech. Now I want just to recall you the main point of the program, because it's a clear program. We are together for 3 days, and of course it's an inter-session forum. It means that we have different public. We invited the former winner of Europan E16 that won already last December, so it's still a long time, but we didn't organize a European presentation discussion. So today it's the day for to present the main idea, the main innovative vision, we can say, of the ecological transition made by the near 82, I don't remember the exact winner and runner-up of the competition, more the special mention. So I think it was a very good session. So we will try, with the help of our moderator and all the teams that can come. It's only a part of all, because it was not so easy for all to come. But we have near 40 teams, and we will pass the day to discuss dialogue, present some video. So the morning, we have in the day 3 different meetings of 1 hour and a quarter, because we tried in the program to diversify the element, to create a reason. And you will have also a lecture by a former winner of Europan about the topic of Europan, his point of view on the topic of Europan 16 and 17 is the same, living cities. And then after the afternoon, still one debate with winning teams. And then after, we make something we made 2 sessions before, because the last session, this meeting was in virtual. It was not in situ. And in two sessions ago, we make a presentation of the 77 video, because we asked all the winner and runner-up to make a video of 3 minutes to explain the project. And these videos are very interesting, because very often they are more synthetic, resume the problematic of the teams. So we will have what we call the Festival of Video. It will be there with 2 groups. It's organized with the sound, and you can choose. You will have you receive the program, and we will open this morning at 9. You have all the right to vote by internet for the video you prefer. So for that, in the program, you have a code bar. And with this code bar, you can click and you arrive on the point where you can vote. You have the list of the video. And of course, you can wait to see them before to vote for those who don't know them. And this vote will be open also, because we transmit all the day and some other debate and lecture on the web site of Europan. It's a website specific, and people that cannot come can follow the debate. So they will have the right also to vote. And at the end of the day, before a cocktail that closes this first day, there will be the announcement of the best videos that receive the most votes. So I ask you to see the video, and you have the right to vote for one. So it's the day of today, the vision of transition, ecologic transition of the winning team of Europan 16. And tomorrow, Friday, it's a day mixed. The morning is, as usual, turned to the metropole of Clermont-Auvergne Metropole that welcome us. It's a big metropole of 300,000 inhabitants, the double of inhabitants than the city itself of Clermont-Ferrand. And it's also a very important student city with 35,000 students. So you will see them in the street during the days or the evening. It animates a lot Clermont-Ferrand because there are a lot of students. So it's interesting to follow. We will have some welcome official by representative of Europan France that welcome also the forum. And after that, we will have Christine Mandon. She's the vice president of the Metropole, that she will come and make a lecture about what are the main trends to the politic develop, about also the ecologic transition, and of course the Massif Central and Metropole have a lot of questions to confront with the change of climate and so on. So she will explain a little the main orientation of their policy, because of course the Metropole has the power about the big strategic urban development at the large scale, that with the municipality, and also for the main facilities of the Metropole, they are also the clients that work. So it's interesting because they have a certain point of view at a large scale, and she will explain us that. And Clermont-Auvergne Metropole is also candidate for to be capital of European capital of culture 2028. And some representative of the group that prepares this candidature will explain us the goals that are very interesting, like to work between the Metropole Central and all the villages that are in transformation, because of course agriculture decrease, other function arise. So how to think what they call Massif Central, Clermont Massif Central, so at a larger scale than even the metropolis. It will be until 10:30, and then visits. 3 parcours are planned. I will not enter in the detail now, but you are dispatched among these visits following your language and so on. So your secretariat knows exactly what visit you will do, but in the visit, one visit is more around Michelin. Michelin is a big industrial that marks the city during a long period, and still today is very active and make new building and so on. So there is a visit associated to the School of Architecture. You will have a very urban, because as in other places in the district, popular district, there is a big program of regeneration with eco-quartier and so on, so it will be a program. And the third one was the step in 3 main architectural transformation of evolution of the metropolis. So you can see that, and it will take all the morning, come back here for the lunch. And the afternoon we thought that is interesting for the new city of Europan 17 that participate for the first time, to see a little the production, what arrive after the competition, when the process are engaged. And we select 5 of different scale with complex project, like in 1,000 housing in Madrid, a big project that is being finished, and different scale. It could be a big building in Torrelavega in Spain that is transformed with a new use and very clever think about the way to have flexibility and so on. a lot of different examples will be shown you by the teams. And it's interesting to have a dialogue, and not only to look at the process, because the process of implementation, as you said, is part of Europan, not only the competition, but also all that follow. So it's the day afternoon. The afternoon will be around this. And the last day, we will also have a lecture. We try to dispatch different lectures around the topic. And the last day is the day of the cities of Europan 17. So we try to construct around 3 big families, not too restrictive, in order that the 3 debates, 2 in parallel and 1 in the afternoon, be the place where the discussion allow to find what could be similar between different sites and so on. Because, of course, Europan not only organize in each place some specific competition, but our role, and particularly at European scale, is to try to connect the experience of one city with another one, and Europan is a good place to compare. So we want not to force this, but during the debate of the day of Saturday, it will be interesting to see by yourself, by your point of view, what could be done after to make the city, some city working with others, because I don't know, they share a similar problem. So it will be it's also a way to discover the new 45 site of Europan 70s is not finished, because you know that the launch is end of March 2023, so you have still time to prepare the brief, to work, because it's very important. So we will have also some explanation of what could be a brief of Europan, just to show you and to give you an idea of the work you have to do before the launch of the competition. So, of course, it's the main element of the program. You can see very clearly the different parts. And I hope that you will participate a lot, be involved, because it's, of course, interactive, even if I spoke too long. So now we start, after this quick introduction, we start by the first day, that is the day of the vision of the ecological transition by the winning team of Europan 16. And we asked to the 2 moderators, Chris Younes, philosopher, and also Carlos Arroyo, that is architect, urban planner, teacher, and so on, that prepare the discussion with the teams, and they will themselves invite the teams. I don't know, you do. So you take perhaps you don't need that. We can put out and you sit there, okay? And you have your name there. So is it possible to put out because it's very heavy, I cannot do. Some people of the technique can come to, yes. So please. You need the micro? Yes.
Thank you, Didier. Yes, we would like to welcome the first group of winners and runner-ups for this debate, and that is a runner-up in Olna, the winner in Esparraguera, the winner in Biel, the winners in Levanger, runner-up in Namur, and winner in Bitonto. If you're in the audience, can you please join us? Yes, there's somebody there, no? Oh, this is going to be, yeah, you are one of them, right? Okay, good to see that we're debating with someone. Yes, come over, yeah. So you will find your cities. We're going by city as a way to, because it's normally teams of people, so we don't want to personalize things too much. There you go. Thank you. Do we have everyone? Yeah, just find a chair somewhere. Yes, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible, 2 people, yeah. There's another chair there if you want. Yeah, no problem, yeah, okay. Okay, so this is an exciting moment. I mean, this is the moment when we look at the projects, we look at the winners, we look at the ideas, and we try to make something out of them. If Europan is a thinking melting pot of ideas, this is the moment when we get a perspective on what are the concerns, what are the targets, the strategies, and the tactics that all the teams are proposing throughout Europe. We have divided this in 3 working groups. We call it working group rather than debate because we're trying to work out what is going on, right? We're trying to think what is going on, right, together. And each group has more or less a logic to it. It's all about visions for the ecological transition. That's what we're supposed to be learning on this session. And the first one is called regenerating with nature. So it's, well, we don't really know what nature means, but it's introducing change in our cities through natural elements or biodiversity or whatever we want to call it, right? So we have selected these 6 projects, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to watch the videos. We have the 6 videos. I hope they are ready to be shown. And you will be able to see them on the screen here, and we will see them on our screens over here. So please reel in the videos.
Comment allez-vous?
Si, ça va bien, et vous?
Regardez, il fait beau.
Il y a du soleil, hein?
Hello Woods. A new sustainable era for lavender. Library and Cultural Center of Lavender.
Thank you very much. A very different projects, but all with this concern about transformation of a place through natural elements. For the sake of discussion, we have grouped the 6 projects in twos, and we will have a reference of the imagery of each project up here as we speak, for you to remember which video that was referring to. And we have some questions on the table for about the project. So please, when you speak, can you introduce yourself? Say who you are, what city you're a winner, and where is your background, right? The first 2 projects we're going to discuss are the city as a living organism in Biel and no, sorry, this is, well, we can start. We can start here, yeah. Biel and Levanger, Hello Wood. In these 2 projects, there is a concern with the underlying geography of the place, the underlying topography and biomes that are at play. And they are looking for alternative ways to circulate, to integrate circulation for pedestrians with the new greenery or with the existing greenery. And so a question would be, what advantages do you see beyond the obvious in this approach to combine the geography and the circulation, making pedestrian and trees go together? So from Biel or from Levanger, who wants to speak?
Does it work? Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm Soukaina Labida, and this is Charlie Michel, architect. He is architect urbanist, and we have also Gaëtan Amancé, who's architect and illustrator as well. We've been winner in the site of Biel ex aequo with another team. So to answer the question about the alternative paths that we have bringing, here, to put a little bit on the context, this site is a site of cooperatives of housing, and the main problem that they have is that the main streets was dividing the site in 2 and bringing a kind of rupture within the site, because it was bringing lots of noise, and it's also the highway exits. So nowadays, this site is kind of divided, and they wanted to have like an identity and to have something that unites the districts. And by proposing this ring that we that was our main proposal actually in the project, to have a ring that links between the structural public spaces and public facilities, and that links afterwards to landscape figures that are existing in the surrounding of the districts. The aim of this was to bring an alternative social space, which is not connected to the notion of streets or the notion of mobility through the cars, and to have like another type of social space through this public space there, where the focus would be on the care about the relevant spaces of the living together in the districts, on activities such as leisure or sports or agriculture of proximity, and to have like a new way to think about public spaces of the districts, where the people think collectively and work collectively on caring about their surroundings and from their environments.
There's also the question of geography influence. I mean, that's the scale of the city or the territory. There's also the question of that geography or the movement of the sunshine influencing the typology of the buildings. In your case, through those courtyards. In your case, through even giving shape to the building. Would you say that geography is influencing your typologies?
Hello. Okay. I present myself. My name is Álvaro. I'm part of the team of Hello Woods. We are 6 architects from different parts of our city, and I think that that's a cool thing, that we have received a lot of inputs of each other, so we can abort this project from different point of view. And about your question, the context of the city or the site in general affect immediately the shape of our building in three different ways. In the first part, or in the first way, with the, I will try to express myself by the best way, sorry. In terms of the heritage, we studied the city and we saw that the main material that all the buildings and their structures used were wooden. Also, Levanger was called the wooden town. So immediately we said that, well, we have trees everywhere and we are on the wooden town, so we must use wooden for our structure or our main part of the building. Also, as you could see on the video, in terms of shape, we decided to copy the roof, the inclination of the roof, just not to create a building like an iconic building, just a building for people. So we made those kind of inclination, but with modern integration that are the bioclimatic design, making a kind of new orientation of the top of the building, trying to use the best way of the sunlight, using solar panels and introducing the light to our library. Also, we let free the ground floor in terms of urbanism, because we propose also a large park called the Park Axis, but we want to introduce also the park into the building, because we are proposing a project not only for people, because ours, as an architect, usually make projects just for people, but we ask the question that, what happens when we only make those kind of proposal for people? What happens with nature? So if we introduce nature also under our building, we are starting to talk about the non-human architecture. So that's why we make a ground plan as much as porous as possible. And I think those are the things that conditions our shape.
So it really is a multi-dimensional approach. You're looking at the local culture, the local resources, exactly. the geography, the sunshine, the renaturalization is a word that comes up in your design. And well, in your case, you have a different, let's say, architectural language, but you're also focusing on things like orientation and sunshine. And I was also very impressed by the soundscape in your videos. I think that's important. That's important as well. There's something natural in that. What would you say about those two issues?
First of all, about the typology question, to put it a little bit also in the context, in our sites, so we have these cooperatives that have to learn to work together to think about the future of their districts, and basically we had like from the beginning to observe what's the existing and what are the existing qualities. It's a kind of subject where we have to be really careful about what you are destroying, what you are not, because these people worked collectively already for years, and bringing a change in the district can harm and so on. So in our case, we made a long period of observation of what are the qualities that are existing within the districts, and we have spotted, like with the intervention that we made with this ring, that we can have like 4 main qualities of living in these districts. So there's the first one where you live collectively around the boulevard. The second one is around the common courtyard, so which is another way of living than living on the edges of the site next to the ring, where you have a view on the Jura mountains, and there you can have like live with the view, which can spot another profile of people. Then you have the living inside the districts, which is like we didn't change much in that because there's this living with the garden, with the common garden, and living on the boulevard and the Place d'Orpon, which is more urban. And what we see from there is that the key for this project is considering each situation as specific and enhancing the qualities of it. And I think this is something that the cooperatives themselves appreciated a lot because they can foresee another densification.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving forward to the next two projects, if we can have them on the screen, please. This is in Olna and in Esparraguera. These two projects, they deal with the points of friction between the natural cycles and the urban requirements. So the questions would be about the possible risks of having those strong natural cycles like floods and managing water in a let's say in a defensive way that is a traditional way, and treating them as an opportunity for urban spaces, or creating ecological reserves. So not just having a park, but something a bit more complex that would normally be a garden. So what are the added values of those reserves that would provide resilience? Resilience for what kind of future that you would envisage? So this is like a cluster of questions that I would launch to the runner-up team in Olna and the winner in Esparraguera. You're there, yeah, of course, yes. Olna, introduce yourself, please,
Okay.
yes.
I'm Andrea, and this is Iago. We are Lank Architectes, and we are the winning team for Esparraguera. In relation to your question about the risk, we actually detected that the industrial colony, which is a common settlement in the Llobregat River, created a discontinuity between the mountain and the river, which was the ecological environment, the existing one. So actually, the settlement took advantage of the nature, creating like a wound between mountain and river. So the risk was already done, the mistake. So we wanted to revert this condition and give again this natural condition to the connection between mountain and river through the urban settlement. So we wanted to test how this natural infiltration between the mountain and the river could coexist with all of the layers we actually worked in our proposal, like heritage part, industrial part, residential, and many others.
What about the risks in Olna?
Like that. Okay.
Je vais le faire en français, je vais profiter des traducteurs. Je pense que ce sera plus pertinent. Donc l'équipe, le collectif Nous, donc le projet viabilisé porté sur la commune d'Olna, qui est une commune intégrée donc à la métropole clermontoise, et donc un collectif composé de 4 personnes, 2 architectes urbanistes, Tanguy Guyot, Fabien Lamy, et 2 architectes, Violette Soleillac et moi-même, Maxime Neville. Pour faire écho à la notion de risque, ce qui nous intéressait, il y a un rapport très conflictuel sur la métropole avec le rapport à l'eau, avec beaucoup de rivières qui sont canalisées, qui ont amené beaucoup de nuisances et d'inondations. Et on avait une vraie occasion sur Olna. C'est une petite ville périphérique qui est enserrée de terres agricoles, donc qui a très peu de capacité à s'étendre. Et on nous proposait enfin des sites avec de la place, avec des grandes surfaces qui redevenaient disponibles. Et dans la notion de risque, en France, il y a un mot qui est très beau et qui nous intéresse beaucoup, c'est le terme aléa, qui est directement lié à une notion négative, alors qu'avec l'aléa, il y a aussi la notion d'aléatoire, et de retrouver aussi ces notions de cycle et de ville vivante, c'est-à-dire que l'eau, on peut aussi lui permettre de s'étendre par endroits et de sortir de son lit. C'est pour ça qu'on a voulu profiter de ces sites, nous, alors qu'on est effectivement très architectes, très intéressés par un côté plus opérationnel de construire, mais de se dire qu'il y avait un premier projet à proposer à la ville, qui était en fin de compte de structurer ces vides comme des éléments structurants dans le futur de développement d'Olna, et pas seulement de construire immédiatement. Donc d'un coup de prendre ces aléas comme une réelle qualité et proposer une nouvelle manière d'entretenir un rapport à l'eau, qui est un petit peu aussi également de sortir vraiment de cette vision de l'infrastructure, c'est-à-dire de penser que l'infrastructure peut être aussi une infrastructure paysagère et qui profite et qui offre de nouvelles qualités à son environnement. Donc c'est pour ça vraiment on a pensé ce projet comme un projet un peu zéro qui pouvait même être compatible avec plein d'autres projets européens qui arriveraient par la suite, mais de faire le nôtre en premier. C'est un peu cette idée-là.
Thank you. What about the notion of resilience, which is present in your texts? What kind of future does these inclusions of biodiversity future-proof your project for? What kind of futures do you imagine that this project would be resilient for?
Hi. So in our project, there was actually an interesting condition before, well, when the colony was built, and it was built and conceived as an autosufficient complex, taking advantage of the nature to produce energy, and being like a small city, like a really small city where you could work and live, and also buy food and live there without really needing anything from outside. But at the same time, it was not respecting the nature and the environment. So when the industrial activity came down or finished, it became like an obsolete complex in the middle of the nature. So that was the key point that we wanted like to focus on and to give again a condition that without reproducing the mistakes of the past, it could live again and well, from our vision, the way to do it was making a more connected complex with the environment, and at the same time respecting the nature and the environment, at the same time taking advantage of it. And in our project, we thought that facing these problems, we could actually see a future where the colony could give a positive impact in the neighbors that was not giving before in the original settlement. And in this sense, we thought that it could produce energy, it could produce food, it could recycle like the residual organic waste, and it could actually help all the small housing complexes or industrial settlements near the colony. So we thought that answering to your question, that the resilience could come thanks to a positive impact, not only in the site but also in the neighbors of the site.
Right, and in both cases, there is a proposal to really change the approach towards the natural elements. There's like a U-turn, right? So in one case you were saying water was a danger, and now you want it to be working on your side, right? And the idea of civilization, I mean, of colonizing the territory was about using only the domesticated nature of orchards, but you want to change it into like allowing the wild to go through the site. So in both cases, in both projects, there is like a radical change in the way that people used to be looking at their places, and you want to transform that to the opposite. And the question would be, what are the added values that you propose to the people in those cities to really change the way they look at things in Olna, for instance?
Je pense qu'un de ces enjeux, effectivement, c'était aussi de réellement reconnecter les habitants de cette ville à leur territoire. Effectivement, de rappeler que l'implantation d'une ville, elle ne se fait pas pour rien, elle se fait vis-à-vis de situations existantes. Pour Olna, c'est notamment la présence de terres agricoles de vraie qualité et le fait qu'une rivière traverse la ville. Et aujourd'hui, on se retrouvait sur une situation où la rivière disparaît sur l'entièreté du tracé de la ville et sur une relation très conflictuelle avec ces terres arables qui sont plutôt vues comme des terrains constructibles. Donc l'idée, c'était aussi, en intégrant ces systèmes paysagers évolutifs dans la ville, de sensibiliser les habitants à leur territoire et à la manière d'y vivre, de reconnecter en fait et de recomposer cette composition-là entre des occupants d'un site et les qualités de ce site-là. Et c'est vrai que pour faire écho à la thématique de la résilience, c'est ce qui nous intéresse aussi, c'était de dire que ces interventions qui pouvaient peut-être paraître comme des petites interventions dans un premier temps, elles apportent des vraies qualités immédiates, mais elles permettent aussi de se développer par la suite et de rajouter tout un nombre d'interventions qui peuvent se faire aussi avec des interventions plus privées, avec d'autres acteurs. Mais parce que pour nous, c'est réellement important de se positionner au début d'un processus et d'accepter que d'autres personnes viendront par la suite, mais de ne pas proposer quelque chose de figé. Et de se dire que les éléments continueront d'évoluer, et ce rapport aussi avec le territoire, il continuera de se développer, mais accepter des fois de se mettre un petit peu en retrait vis-à-vis aussi bien du territoire que d'un processus qui sera beaucoup plus long et qui se fera sans nous.
Thank you. Moving forward, and if we could have the other two projects on the screen. Yes, in Namur and in Bitonto. In these two projects, there's a proposal to design very localized civic spaces. Like there are piazzas in Bitonto that are the link between the territory and the more urban environment. In the case of Namur, there's this natural park with some constructions, and it is the scope of the project to transform some of these small locations within the natural park into a use that is a service to the city. So it's a very civic space as well, associated with sports maybe, rather than with general public space. But in both cases, there is this idea of introducing civic spaces within a natural environment. How does that change the natural environment? What different nature does the civic space have? What is the new balance between city and nature that you're proposing there, either of you?
Bonjour à tous, je vais le faire également en français. Alors, Julie Maillard, je suis architecte urbaniste. Donc j'ai travaillé sur le site de Namur avec une autre de mes consoeurs. Alors nous, on a travaillé sur le site de Namur l'année dernière et il y avait des inondations dans toute la Belgique avec la Meuse. Et donc on est un peu parti de ce fait d'actualité sur l'inondation de ce fleuve qui économiquement en Europe est extrêmement important. Et on avait donc ce site qui est toujours une friche militaire avec de gros objets et qui se situe vraiment à la porte de cette ville de Namur, de ce centre-ville très fortifié et très densifié, parce que Namur s'est construite à la confluence entre la Sambre et la Meuse. Et ce site faisait vraiment l'interface entre la forêt des Ardennes, qui se situe vraiment au sud et qui est un élément paysager très important en Europe du Nord, et cette ville très dense. Donc on s'est posé la question de qu'est-ce qui est le devenir de cet espace qui est actuellement en friche, qui est actuellement non habité par l'humain. Et en fait, cette potentialité d'ouvrir ce site pouvait également rompre tout le processus de revégétalisation et de renaturalisation qui se fait naturellement sur les sites qui sont déshumanisés. Donc on a travaillé donc avec ce qui est déjà là en fait. On a travaillé vraiment avec, on vient pas importer des programmes, enfin on vient importer des programmes, mais on ne change pas on change pas trop finalement l'organisation actuelle du site, parce qu'en fait il est en cours de renaturalisation et on veut pas rompre ce rythme et cette puissance naturelle qu'il peut y avoir dans des dynamiques. Donc on a travaillé en fait avec des porosités, on avait des grands objets architecturaux de militaires qu'on est venu en fait extruder et travailler vraiment en fait dans le négatif. On a supprimé des sols. L'idée c'était vraiment un projet processus où on a imaginé ce projet-là, mais finalement ça pourrait être autre chose, vraiment penser le processus et l'espace public en lien avec les habitants, créer des usages tout au long du processus et du projet.
Thank you. What about in Bitonto? What is this new condition of the civic and the environment?
Hi everybody, I'm Luca from the winning team in Bitonto. As you said, we are working in a small site into the city, and in our case the piazzas are the very heart of the city, and they have tradition, history, and also use that we can consider in the project. We can face the site as is a blank page, and but in the city of today we have to face different challenges because city can be very unlivable now with the solar, with the heat island, with the presence of traffic and so on. So as we have the possibility to redesign, we try to bring back nature into the city and into the public space for the people, because people can live better the space and in a new way. As we say that we are learning from the Lama. The Lama is this canyon that's very that's very close to the city center, and is a landscape and an habitat that is an Anthropocene landscape, but also in very, very adaptive to changes. And learning from that, we want to introduce this adaptivity also into the public space. And I think that nature is the only possibility to introduce this kind of possibility. And people will find out how to live in a different city. They know very well their city. They're very used to live this space, but probably in another way they can feel the new quality of life given by nature and water management and our topics introduced in the site.
Would you say that you consider the urban or the civic as a completely separate entity to something that you call nature, so that two segregated things?
We found out a situation like that, I think, where there is a city that's very mineral, very dense, and around the city there is a big cultivated land by olive. It's very productive land, and the Lama, this canyon, is the only exception. So I think that in the situation we found, nature and city were different areas that they did not communicate in a proper way. Our project is very about the exchanges between these systems and to favorite both. So this is the topic of the exchange that we want to introduce.
Okay, exchange between separate things. Do we have any more different positions about this question of nature and urban being distinct or not? Or
Bon. Bonjour à tous. Je vais aussi parler en français. Donc merci beaucoup, parce que dans les projets, on va vous poser un peu une question parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps encore, mais en fait aujourd'hui, parler du rapport à la nature, ça devient vraiment une nouvelle façon d'inventer, d'imaginer le futur profondément. Et merci beaucoup pour vos vidéos, pour vos projets, pour vos explications. Parce qu'en fait, ce qu'on est en train de découvrir, c'est que comment est-ce que ça va s'inscrire dans le territoire. Ce n'est pas simplement une idée, c'est une idée, mais c'est une idée qui va s'inscrire dans un milieu vivant. Alors, il y a plusieurs choses qui nous ont frappés quand on a travaillé sur vos vidéos, sur vos projets, et en vous écoutant, c'est voir que travailler sur la nature, et après vous allez dire votre avis, hein, parce que Carlos expliquait qu'aujourd'hui, on ne sait pas exactement ce que ça veut dire nature, mais on l'utilise comme un mot pour régénérer l'architecture. Et on voit à quel point vous répondez en termes de l'existant. On part de l'existant. C'est quelque chose. C'est aussi un milieu vivant. Mais il y a un métabolisme qui est en jeu. C'est vraiment travailler avec ces données du vivant, du métabolisme, et aussi profondément d'avoir une pensée d'écosystème. Mais pas un écosystème qui est seulement en termes d'environnement, de sciences environnementales, bien sûr, mais c'est aussi en termes de culture, en fait, d'une dimension sociale, culturelle et même politique. Parce qu'on a parlé, par exemple, de la citoyenneté, parce que parler de nature et du futur des établissements humains, c'est aussi penser en termes de citoyenneté. Donc, c'était vraiment frappant de voir, et très intéressant, je pense, pour tout le monde, de voir que quand on parle d'une ville nature, on repart de l'existant dans son interdépendance, dans tous ces niveaux, ces trois écologies, environnementale, sociale et finalement culturelle et aussi économique. Et je trouve et mental aussi, c'est mental, c'est extrêmement mental. Donc c'est vraiment, je trouve que vous nous montrez comment des pistes, des manières de faire. Il y a beaucoup de manières de faire. Alors la question, il nous reste encore un petit peu de temps, on en profite, c'est de vous demander un petit peu comment vous définissez la nature vous-même, parce que là on parle de living cities, donc les villes vivantes. Mais en même temps, vous parlez aussi beaucoup de nature. Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez vous-même proposer un peu une approche et en quoi ça modifie complètement, en quoi il y a vraiment un sursaut de l'architecture pour aborder le XXIe siècle et finalement le post-anthropocène, d'une certaine manière. Donc, c'est un peu cette question. Et aussi, peut-être, qu'est-ce que vous avez trouvé dans les projets des uns et des autres, pas de votre projet, des choses qui sont des starters, des impulsions pour construire un nouveau monde beaucoup plus équitable et beaucoup plus aussi soigneux de ce qui est déjà là et de la vie, en fait. Alors, je ne sais pas, est-ce que les Français veulent parler, puis les Anglais?
Peut-être pour... Oui, c'est bon. Pour faire écho justement à cette notion de nature, nous, c'est vrai que ce qui nous a beaucoup intéressé, alors je suis d'accord que c'est un terme qui est très compliqué à définir, mais nous, c'était aussi vraiment de développer ce sentiment d'appartenance à un écosystème et une notion qui est bien plus large. C'est-à-dire que là, bon, malheureusement, pour une mise en page, ce document est beaucoup réduit, la grande axonométrie qui parlait de cette ville-là, mais ne serait-ce que l'orientation de ce document était un premier choix, parce que Olna aujourd'hui est beaucoup vu dans un sens où on est tourné vers Clermont-Ferrand et c'est seulement, et de manière très négative, une ville périphérique de la ville de l'Ouest, où on reléguait toute une partie des équipements polluants, odorants. Il y a un vrai bagage là-dessus. On est juste à côté de la station d'épuration, donc ces éléments-là. Et comment juste aussi de rappeler qu'en fait, en tournant la caméra, on est aussi en fin de compte la dernière ville à envoyer une rivière qui traverse la plaine de la Limagne, cet ensemble extrêmement fertile. Donc vraiment d'essayer de reconnecter une vision plus globale, et je pense que c'est ce qui est réellement nécessaire aussi pour travailler ces sujets de nature-là, c'est de réussir à développer un sentiment d'appartenance aussi des habitants à une ville, à un territoire qui est plus large. Sans ce sentiment d'appartenance, on ne peut pas engager de rapports respectueux ou de nouvelles manières de penser l'interaction entre nature, occupants. Donc pour moi, c'est vraiment ce qui est au cœur. Et pour faire juste écho rapidement, effectivement, sur ce que tu demandais sur ces éléments-là de starter, moi je trouve vraiment intéressant, on a pu le voir dans plusieurs projets, mais sur ces notions de processus qui sont très chères à Europan, mais qui sont, je pense, indispensables sur la fabrication de ces récits-là de territoire, d'éléments qui vont évoluer, qui vont se développer et qui vont profiter d'autres arrivées ultérieures.
Oui, pour continuer, Nous, du coup, à Namur, ne serait-ce que notre titre, le sol, le roseau et le cycliste, représente vraiment ce qu'on pense de la question de la nature et plus que la question du vivant, en fait. C'est que le sol, en fait, c'est la base de tout dans le projet de paysage, dans le projet architectural. Un sol est vivant une fois qu'il est totalement perméable à l'air, à l'eau, mais aussi à la faune et à la flore. Et donc c'était toute cette question sur, en fait, les villes étouffent un petit peu, on les imperméabilise, et l'idée c'est de les faire respirer, du coup, que le sol vive. La question du roseau, c'est la question de l'eau en ville, qui est quelque chose de plus en plus compliqué. Avec les inondations de la Meuse, on a vu que la Belgique avait été très fortement inondée. Et ensuite, le cycliste, on s'est dit, en fait, une ville vivante, c'est aussi une ville où on s'amuse, on se déplace, on vit, on habite. Et donc, en fait, la nature, c'est aussi se déplacer, mais en lien avec un écosystème, des dynamiques nettement plus importantes qui dépassent l'homme. Donc, c'est tout ce cycle très compliqué que nous, on avait essayé d'analyser à Namur.
Merci. Est-ce que...
Oui, pour continuer. Alors nous, oui, la question de comment on définirait la question de la nature, on se l'est posée dès le départ et dans un parti pris un petit peu que pour nous, l'enjeu aujourd'hui, c'est plus de uniquement chercher à reconnecter la ville avec son environnement et à faire rentrer la nature en ville, mais c'est de changer la manière dont on considère la ville. Et on a assez vite cherché à faire une analogie entre la ville dans son territoire et notamment comme un écosystème où la nature, c'est finalement l'ensemble de cette ville dans le territoire et un organisme vivant. Et on s'est rendu compte que en analysant les différentes phases de développement d'un organisme vivant à partir de cellules unicellulaires, puis l'apparition d'une colonne vertébrale, d'organismes pluricellulaires, etc. En fait, que l'émergence d'un quartier dans un territoire, elle avait cette même histoire. Donc, notamment ici, on avait un territoire qui était composé de marais, qui ont été asséchés. On a des domaines agricoles qui sont apparus, tels des cellules pluricellulaires, non, un organisme pluricellulaire. On a la voie ferrée qui est venue former dans ce fond de vallée la colonne vertébrale, autour desquelles les premières opérations de logement sont venues apparaître, qui ont donné ce premier corps. Et plus tard, et nous on vient en fait former un exosquelette, ce qu'on appelait un exosquelette, qui vient donner une structure qui permet d'ancrer les usages du quartier dans leur territoire à travers les bâtiments publics, à travers la place qui serait la tête du quartier, la zone d'activité qui serait la queue du quartier. Et donc on a eu une vraie réflexion d'assimilation en fait de ce qu'est un quartier avec ce qu'est un organisme vivant, en pensant que la nature c'est vraiment l'ensemble de l'écosystème.
Donc vous répondez beaucoup autour des écosystèmes chacun. Et les autres équipes, peut-être, the other teams, if they want to say something about the question of nature and also what they learned with other winners projects.
Yeah.
Yes. Speak. It works.
It's working. In our case, the question of nature, it was actually interesting to think about it because it was an isolated complex in the middle of nature, and it was not really connected to any big village or to any urban complex. So our vision was that actually the complex was there thanks to the nature, taking advantage to produce energy next to the river, and what we thought it was that actually in this case nature it's a source of resources that we can take advantage of them, and if we don't do it in a good way, then it can become an obsolete complex as it happened. And so that's what our vision was. Our vision was of nature, that it's resources that we can take advantage of, and if we do it in a respectful way, we can coexist with nature. If we don't do it, we just hurt nature, and in the future we cannot continue living next to it. So that was our approach.
What about the things you may have learned from other projects?
Well, in other projects, I think it's a really different approach, as it's already built environment, a urban environment, and the question is how nature can go into it and give a positive impact in a urban environment. So yeah, I think this approach was different and interesting to us. As our first idea was, how can we restore, or how can we repair the wound that the settlement has produced in the landscape, and we started thinking from there.
Okay, thank you.
If you yes, please.
Yeah, of course. Nature in our project was a kind of answer of the question of what's a living city. When we take the first approach to our project, we think that how the role of an architect could introduce nature without destroying it. Because when we design a project, without thinking on it, probably, we design only for human, because we are the first users of our project. But when we decide to introduce nature in our project, we part from the concept of what happens if we just make the rules for the nature and let him to do whatever they consider. So we started to make a kind of intention of build just with rule, but not with real decisions for nature.
In our project, we found a nature that was already there somehow, but in a way people can't see them at all. This was an environment that was also somehow at risk, but people has to understand that the quality of the ecosystem that surround them is a resource of quality of air, of ground, of the goods of the earth, and also a matter of safety. That in our land there is a risk of floods that's very high. So it's for that can be utilitaristic in this sense, but nature has a lot of things to offer now in a situation of global risk and global challenges, because the anthropocene is already here and we faced it in our project.
Well, thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear you, to meet you after to see your projects and also your video. I am very surprised, but not surprised, but in a way I'm very happy to see that architects are able to imagine ways of coexisting between cultural elements and natural elements. That's very interesting because it's a big transversality with your projects. And also the way you try to invent, and often you invent new continuities, new permeabilities, new possibility to, in a way, to manage this meeting between nature and culture. Because we say everything is culture, but that's true. That's not true, of course. We are a mix of nature and culture, and the way you demonstrate with your project, that's possible to have a new metabolic architecture in a way. And the metabolic architecture is not only a question of ecological environment and environment question, but also about politics and civic questions are very, very important. Thank you very much, and thank you for everybody. We have a stop for 20 minutes.
20?
20 minutes.
20 minutes coffee
Off.
break, and then we come back here.
Thank you very much.
please, the winning teams from Duesi, Aglo, Klagenfurt, Bassin, Alst, runner-up, Porteino, Madrid. If you don't speak any of the 4 languages, I mean, if you don't understand some of the 4 languages, please bring your headphones with you, because somebody may be speaking in a language you don't understand. We have English, Spanish, French, and German as translation. Yes, you may find that somebody is speaking in a language you don't understand. We need to start. Yes. So we need to start, because then we have something else coming up afterwards. We're going to see, going to have the same structure we had in the first debate. We will see 6 videos, and then we will debate them like 2 by 2, and then move on to more general questions, like about redefining natural balances and about living cities. So when we start seeing, we will see the videos first, and then when we start talking, I would ask the team members to introduce themselves before you speak. And yeah, I think there's enough people. Yeah? Okay, so no stop, non-stop. Instruction is don't stop. We're missing someone from Duesi Aglo. Aglo, l'agglomération de Duesi, il a... Les lauréats, oui, les lauréats. The winning team from Duesi Aglo, no? Okay, so we start. So we're going to see 6 videos with projects where there is revitalization through very specific uses. So we're going to be discussing the living city and the ecological visions for ecological transition from the point of view of the way things function, the way things are used, and what is the program for those living cities. So I will ask the producers to launch the videos. We can see the video up here, and also for us on the board, we can see it on the screens in front of you. So please play.
Aalst is a central hub between Brussels and Ghent, one of the fastest growing cities in Belgium. The strategic site stretches between a formal industrial site in the north to the city's park in the south along the river Dender. Following the site's historical and a theoretical analysis, we proposed a 3-fold strategy to redesign the riverbanks, refunction and reuse the industrial buildings, and connect the area to the city. 2 urban toolkits are proposed: Living Quays for riverfront redesign and Tabula Prena for urban conservation, each having 12 alternatives to be chosen from based on the area of implant. We redesigned the Dender River as the city's green backbone, transforming it from a barrier to a binding force. A citywide analysis provided the basis for a proposed network of activity nodes spaced at less than 5 minutes walking distance, ensuring a constant pedestrian traffic through its center. The site contains a large variety of industrial buildings, yet many are underused, while the remaining open space is occupied by cars. In order to preserve the area's identity, we brought existing shapes and dominant materials into the new architectural silhouette. Sitting on the riverbank, you'll notice the heritage buildings, while the new insertions serve as background. We wanted to create high resilience and livelihood through mixed function development and a variety of production types that allow for fast adaptability. This development strategy is not so much a definite master plan, but indicates the most important spatial qualities: living city, productive heritage, and sustainability. we propose displacing the street near the riverfront while moving parking underneath the new buildings. The emphasis is on pedestrians, bikes, public transport and green corridors for birds and insects. For urban resilience, green spaces have multiple roles: collecting rainwater, shading, decreasing the existence of heat islands. The area should be based on ecological principles like renewable energy and water retention. Creating an up-to-date production area is necessary, flexible, sustainable, based on a circular economy and prone to innovation. The new buildings have a 6x6 structure suitable for varied functions. This allows for easy reuse and extensions. The area is a grow, live, work mix. Following the area's identity, we propose an urban fabric weaving the 3 layers vertically. To ensure flexibility and resilience to economic crisis, we propose all 4 types of economic sectors on the site. The diversity of economic sector helps create a circular economy. We propose a long-term intervention strategy with different stages that take into account different factors for the investment, cost, public-private character, and impact. A living cities takes into consideration all living things in order to maintain character and ecological balance. We propose a network of different urban biotopes that integrate a variety of local plants and animals, as well as people of all ages, occupations, or social class. The result, ecological corridors throughout the site and the creation of a lively landscape.
Located in northern France, Dorigny-Pont-la-Deule is the witness of 3 centuries of mining industries. Spread between 2 municipalities, the neighborhood is fractured by the channel, the mining bypass, and the railway. The industrial past left a fragmented economic landscape where non-profitable elements were dismantled or sold, capital moved, but were an important part of the labor state. What could be considered for some as left behinds are actually riches. What remained thus creates a fertile ground to rethink ourselves and act together to reverse the extractivist logic. We propose to invent a new set of public actions that we represent under the form of a card game. The players around the table represent different groups of posters: experts, political representatives, human and non-human users. Altogether, they imagine scenarios of a future where no one's needs are neglected. As a prototype, we've played with our team at the Bet of the Living for our very first game on our own. Our starting bet was to base our game on 2 key principles: subsistence and extractivism. Subsistence is here understood not as the objective of ensuring survival, but as the set of activities turned towards life. Like the opposite side of extractivism, interactivism reverses the principle of subtracting resources to the point of extinction. From these 2 concepts, open-ended questions emerges in flow. Those questions are addressed with different types of cards that can be an experimentation, a pilot event, or a new facility. Each family of cards are complementary and imbricated. The chosen teams are meant to help structure a long-term vision for public policies. We imagine some outlooks when those cards were implemented step by step together. Those projections embrace, at the same time, specific places where abandoned buildings are reinvested with new purpose, brownfields become new productive spaces, but it also redefines the site as a whole integrated territory at many scales, creating new links between neighborhoods and new manner of involving local living resources. Within the framework of Europan, we try to pull out tangible action principles from phytostabilization to equestrian bus or flax fabric. Though this transformation cannot be limited to cars for the living we came out with, we are now seeking to extend the number of local players with whom it becomes possible to make the whole living being of Dorigny-Pont-l'Adol rethink themselves together.
Klagenfurt is the southernmost regional capital of Austria. Its central location within the Alpine Adriatic region already provides special potential. Within the next 5 years, a new trans-European high-speed rail infrastructure will bring another dimension of connectivity to the city. A missing link along the expansive Baltic-Adriatic corridor will be closed and Klagenfurt will become one of the stops on this route. The new high-speed railway line will connect two regional capital cities. The new infrastructure serves as the trigger for the development of the city. The Europan E16 site is at the core of this prospect, located next to the main train station. Our site becomes an alternative, new center of Klagenfurt. Programmatically, it is a new center of attraction of citizens, students, businesses, culture and innovations. The system of the existing green spaces around the historical center is supported by the new green ring. The new ring allows the integration of historical public spaces and the new public spaces in one well-connected system. The new speed railway line brings new energy to the city. Pedestrian, bicycles and scooter routes connect the site with the historical center and the railway station. Existing squares of the institutions together with an enfilade of public spaces of the site create one network. System of greenery combined with slow mobility circulation connects public spaces of the site. Enfilade of public squares on the project site offers a new circulation route to the city. Many alternative routes of circulation make the site open and attractive. Enfilade of public squares creates the main circulation route and forms a spine of public spaces of the site, while parks assure the comfortable connection with adjoining areas. All the new elements on the site use and develop the potential of existing resources on the site. The new buildings complete existing dispersed structures in organized urban blocks. The structure of the buildings offers a flexible modular system, which allows the coexistence of functions of different types and different scales. Greenery is an essential part of the architecture that unites all the parts of the site and in combination with technological solutions define the architectural appearance of the cluster. Extensive greenery on south-oriented facades works as sun protection, possibly combined with urban farming. The layout and access system of the buildings offers flexible usage and regimes of use, which allow to share different functions the same physical space in time. Education is one of the main functions on the site exists almost in every building. Access directly from the street as well as from inside the institutions allows using these facilities for educational activities of different types and students. Availability of the facilities will attract new users and participants and allow to recreate of resilient and future-oriented communities.
Durant 2 siècles, une même logique d'extraction des ressources souterraines a façonné le territoire du bassin minier entre le nord de la France et la Wallonie belge. En perdant son activité principale, c'est tout un aménagement du territoire qui a perdu sa logique et sa cohérence. Aujourd'hui, la juxtaposition de sites en friche, d'infrastructures de transport, de quartiers de logement isolés des centres urbains, d'importantes emprises agricoles, de zones industrielles et d'activités, fait apparaître la porte du Hainaut comme un territoire fragmenté. Le projet tire parti de ce caractère morcelé en proposant de s'attacher aux qualités propres à chaque fragment et en considérant l'attractivité du territoire à partir de la multiplicité des petites dynamiques locales. Le projet prend la forme de 4 nouvelles micro-territoriales dont chacune est issue de l'observation d'usages spécifiques et de modes de vie situés pour dessiner le développement de centralités faibles. Par une approche en dézoom, le projet propose d'intensifier les qualités propres à chaque fragment et d'en dégager les implications à l'échelle régionale. La reconfiguration d'une école minière est l'occasion de créer une boucle en mobilité douce, de relier les différents attracteurs du territoire et d'initier des collaborations intercommunales. Les bâtiments dispersés de l'école sont rassemblés en un tout pour en faire un pavillon dans un parc équipé. Un Learning Diffuse Center sur le parcours d'une nouvelle structure territoriale faible. La réhabilitation d'une cité minière propose de restituer des liens avec la ville voisine autour d'un parc agricole communal qui ouvre les franges de la ville à ses habitants. Un nouvel équipement juxtapose une école à une ferme pédagogique pour créer une pierre angulaire à la croisée des chemins entre ville et cité. Un grand terrain aux abords de la place des Copons et à 2 pas du tramway évolue en un type de logement adapté. Les équipements nécessaires au fonctionnement de l'établissement sont mutualisés et ouvrent directement sur la place, tandis que des espaces verts privatifs séparent les différents corps d'habitation. La forêt de Reims-Saint-Amand-Wallers est la destination de loisirs majeure de la région. L'aménagement de ses abords et la valorisation des points attracteurs en fait un aimant à l'échelle du territoire, tirant parti de l'ensemble de ses équipements périphériques. À l'échelle du territoire, ces actions s'appuient sur le systématisme de l'urbanisme minier et se répètent en fonction des opportunités pour engager la transformation du bassin vers un nouveau type de ville diffuse et écologique.
Feeding a city has a planetary impact. As an alternative to this global model, urban agriculture can reinforce local actors' networks, as well as other related activities, such as processing, cooking, selling or recycling. In Madrid, the Productive Neighborhoods Plan identifies 280 plots for urban agriculture, proposing 5 to the Europan E16 competition. We chose the neighborhood of San Blas as an environmental unit that contains 3 different sites. Expanding on this analysis, we reveal more spaces potentially transformable. We mapped existing orchards, green areas, and latent productive spaces linking with a future metropolitan forest. We also identified vital participants related to education, care, and food. This system is articulated by reinforcing the bicycle lane network, public transportation, reorganizing parking lots, and generating safe pedestrian zones where urban agriculture can take root. To implement this seed stem in a synthetic and communicative way, we propose the AM-frame for Madrid, a modular, lightweight and removable structure that can respond to a wide variety of contexts. It offers a reversible and metabolic condition, imagining resilient scenarios. Thanks to its scalable and replicable capabilities, it guarantees adaptability to the urban landscape. For this purpose, we have developed a catalog of combinable elements that functions as a tool for urban transformation in negotiation with the different participants involved. These elements cover the needs of cultivation with different types for the growth of various species. In addition to the storage of tools, water or energy, community kitchens, drying and processing devices, workshops, picnic areas, and resting places, as well as metabolic processes such as composting urban matter. The first site takes advantage of the interblock condition to create an accessible care space. We planted continuous crop strips establishing a threshold on the first floor. We encourage playgrounds by embracing the existing trees and extending their permeable soil. We use the ideal orientation of the partition wall for food drying. We naturalize the boundary with the school by cultivating its perimeter, understanding agriculture as an extension of the playground. The following case is on a major transit route with high visibility for local business growth, as a vertical greenhouse with sales and tasting, or a micro winery with trellis and solar energy. This repeated intervention would boost the local economy, reduce the carbon footprint and facilitate access to healthy products, becoming a biological corridor for interspecies urbanism. The last site has great potential for connection on a territorial scale. Its extensive nature allows a large area to be planted, and beekeeping to help pollination. We would also promote collaboration with supermarkets, reusing rooftops, reducing energy consumption, incorporating the sale of the local harvest, and integrating equipped bleachers that allow the enjoyment of the floral landscape. As this ecosystem links with the metropolitan forest, we could also reuse the materials from its maintenance. This revitalization would reinforce the neighborhood's biodiversity. It will be more than farming Madrid.
Well, thank you very much. That was a great display of talent. So we're going to start discussing 2 by 2. So if I could have on the screen a reminder of the first 2 projects, please, from the production table. Here we are. So in the first 2, we have Aglo and Klagenfurt. We have the winners in both sites. And we kind of group them in under the sentence, the city as a living organism. So not living, not in the sense of greenery, but in the sense of evolving as we're discussing uses. And the approaches for these 2 projects, they deal with this possible evolution in time through different strategies. In one case, it's mostly based on participation, and in the other case, it's mostly based on flexibility. So the questions that emerge to that side of the table is, well, first, do you agree that your approach falls under this headline of a living city? Then, how do you get the non-human bodies to participate of your project through participation or through possible stakeholding in those flexible spaces? How do you deal with those non-human, I mean, whether it's companies or animals, how do you get them to participate? And then what imagery can you, do you think is important to conjure up those participations or those future flexibilities? We have 2 different contexts. One is looking rural but low density but suburban. The other one is looking urban but in fact it's a kind of European suburban as well. So how do you deal with that imagery in your projects to achieve that participation? Those are the questions on the table. So please introduce yourselves. Yeah, just
I start. So as far as the team of Due, yeah, the whole question was how we don't do like a great project, but that does just talk to us architect, urbanist, landscapist. It's how do we involve in the reflection all the stakeholders, and from the smallest one could be a bee or an insect, and to the bigger ones like economic processes and all those things. And what we came is was the idea to use the interactivism term in opposed to extractivism, and to put everything that is inside the site and put them all together to a table. So of course for letting I don't know, animals talking, it will be with like other organization or some people that can use the voice. So we had the idea of a parliament of the living or some like instances that will be the voice for the one who couldn't speak, but it's, there's lots of different way of doing it maybe. And so it's how do we use this participation to invent ideas from the seat for the site, and after the imagery going with it, it's how do we transform all together with lifting no one aside, that we have to produce, so we proposed one imagery, but it's how collectively we can produce one imagery that suits for everyone. And on this small scale, what we proposed also was to do some small try of a small project or small even public policies that allow to already give ideas, so how we can transform to have later on a bigger scale transformation.
Leonid Slonimsky, Cosmos Architects, Klagenfurt site.
I would focus on the question about the city as a living organism in terms of transformation of the city. The buildings and architecture, and especially urban planning, takes so much time to build that by the time when we start actually realizing our projects, everything has changed. Sometimes the reality, the necessities, and so on. And we believe in two things, in two concepts. One of them is, we call it hardware-software, which relies on the fact that we treat architecture as there are two layers. One is the kind of more permanent layer, which allows buildings to be, let's say, eternally used. And the software is kind of the additional layer of architecture, which has a much shorter span. And that allows to build ecologically, to not constantly demolish, or how sometimes it happens ironically that you have to redo the project which is just getting built. So this concept of hardware, software, and therefore we show how different programs can fit in within the same framework. And the second part is that we focused more on the open space, on the public space. We call them together spaces, because, and as you see in the diagram, they are the ones which are colored in opposition to how usually we represent architecture, that we show colorful buildings and then the rest is white. Here we did completely the opposite, because we think that if within urban planners we can fix these open areas, then even though the project will obviously change and develop in times, but keeping these open spaces, keeping these passages through the city will allow us to have a project which can be up to date even in many years. And these two principles were the underlying principles, and therefore the program can be constantly changing during the time of development of this project.
Thank you. So I think that we can see two graphic statements, two ways to use a graphic tool to express what you're trying to do with the project. This thing of focusing on public space, but also I don't want to say that your techniques are naive, because they're very precise in the drawing. But there is something that recalls childish drawings. Is that something that you want to do in order to engage with participation?
It was a way mostly like not to say it will look like this. If we were doing too realistic image, it will be like, it's going to be like this because we decided like this. So using this kind of imagery is like opening the possibilities, and this is just one of the possibilities that could happen. That's why we use mostly this kind of technique.
Thank you very much. Let's look at the next two projects, if we can have them on the screen. It's the winner in Bassin and the runner-up in Aalst. These two projects, they share something. I mean, they're very different again, but they share something that we have identified as the weaving of greenery and animals through the project. So there are buildings with multiple functions, different kinds of uses. It's a dense, functional, productive city. And it is intertwined with this kind of park-like atmosphere that goes through the buildings, into the buildings, over the buildings, under the buildings. So the questions on the table for our two colleagues here are, well, first, what is the profit and who kind of pays for it? I mean, if you have greenery going through your office building, what kind of commitment do you request from people to look after that? So how can these inserted ecologies be beneficial for the productive city so much that they will engage with it? And then another kind of question is, if this is a kind of park-like kind of situation, is there a public access to this? How does this relate to the wider city if you have these gardens going through or parks going through buildings? Those are the questions on the table. Who wants to go first?
Bonjour, je suis Michaelis Montarnier et Théodosis Montarnier, donc lauréat sur le site de Bassins, Bordeaux Métropole. Nous, la problématique qu'on avait, c'était quand même un port On a un port qui est sur le site de Bassins, et pas que, puisqu'il fait partie, il y a 7 terminaux, dont un des terminaux est sur le site de Bassins. Et donc là, nous, on n'a pas de friche. Réellement, on a un port qui est en activité, qui va continuer à développer son activité, et donc qui veut aussi se réinventer et aller chercher une écologie industrielle. Et on a de l'autre côté, donc séparé par la ligne grande vitesse Bordeaux-Paris, une ville qui est sur les hauteurs, où entre la ville et le port et la zone industrielle-portuaire, on a les coteaux qui sont, eux, naturels. Donc l'idée qui est développée dans cette proposition, c'est déjà de regarder ce qui est en présence. Donc une économie qui est basée sur l'économie et qui ne regarde quand même, qui regarde les choses d'un prisme qui est très économique, et de l'autre, des habitants aussi qui ont besoin d'usage, qui ont besoin d'un accès à la Garonne, qui ont besoin d'activités. Et donc, comment concilier ça ? La réalité, c'est que cette proposition, et vous n'avez pas vu dans cette proposition d'images photoréalistes, parce que c'est un cadre des possibles, donc, qui appelle à un urbanisme qui est agile. On a passé tout le XXe siècle à faire des plans masse, donc à zoner et à dire, bon, vu du ciel, c'est ici qu'on aura la zone d'activité, c'est ici qu'on aura la zone d'habitation, c'est ici qu'on aura la zone productive. Et aujourd'hui, avec les ressources foncières qui disparaissent et qui deviennent plus difficiles à capter, difficiles à exploiter, on se rend compte que, un peu tard d'ailleurs, que ces solutions, elles vont devoir être hybrides, qu'on ne va plus pouvoir continuer longtemps à faire du monofonctionnel partout. Et ce qu'on propose ici, donc vous avez parlé des bâtiments qui incarnent une réversibilité, qui incarnent aussi la possibilité d'avoir une activité productive et une activité aussi qui soit bénéfique à d'autres prismes, comme le prisme environnemental ou le prisme social. Mais il n'y a pas que les bâtiments. Ce projet-là part du sol. Et c'est vrai que si on regarde les zones industrielles-portuaires aujourd'hui, on ne se soucie pas en premier lieu du sol. Et pourtant, c'est de là que tout part. Ces sols pollués, ces sols artificialisés, ils sont quand même le cadre de ce qui se passe quand il y a des inondations, où peut passer l'eau quand tout est imperméable, quand il y a des... on parlait de nature tout à l'heure, où est-ce qu'elle peut passer quand tout est bloqué, il n'y a pas d'accès. Donc il faut repartir aussi de ces composantes naturelles contre lesquelles on a lutté pour établir l'anthropocène, pour établir l'activité humaine, et faire avec, essayer de combiner ces infrastructures qui sont d'un côté l'infrastructure humaine très économique et l'autre l'infrastructure naturelle. Donc sur qui paye, la question c'est aussi qu'est-ce qui coûte aujourd'hui ces terrains et combien coûte leur réversion. Donc si ça on arrive à le chiffrer, combien coûte un terrain non entretenu, combien coûte un bâtiment qui n'est pas utilisé, ça a un prix. Et donc si on met en perspective ce prix avec ce qu'on en fait, avec l'usage qui lui va générer en urbanisme tactique par exemple, qui va générer une rentrée d'argent, on n'est plus vraiment dans qui paye, mais aussi l'usage qui rapporte également d'un point de vue économique, mais pas que, qui va être aussi chargé de valeurs diverses comme environnementales et sociales.
Merci.
Hi, I'm Anna. Together with my teammates, Marius and Romina, I'm an architect. And I think we shouldn't reduce this question or approach to profit. I think we should all ask ourselves, what's the cost if we don't do this approach? Who will pay for it? And I'm not particularly fond of save nature or save the polar bears kind of slogans because, well, the polar bears might not, but nature will do quite fine without us. It will change into something else, and it will end our anthropocentric era. So we view it in a very pragmatic manner in which we need to take this approach and these interventions to preserve ourselves, to mediate climate change, to improve the urban climate, to reduce resource waste, because instead of having a shallow approach of replanting flowers in bloom, we could rely on more native species that sustain and are sustained themselves by local insects that are kept in check by the urban ecosystem that forms, instead of showering our cities with pesticides and suffering all those consequences. Also, we didn't propose interventions that are very costly, but we do understand that there's a need for them to be made, and obviously we think that the local administration will have to make the first steps, but as soon as the benefits are seen, then private or community-led further interventions will fill in the gaps and complete the ecological network.
Thank you. Let's look at the next two projects. If we can have them on the screen from the production table. That's the winner in La Porte du Hainaut and the winner in Madrid. As we advance in this session, in this group of 6 projects, we're getting more tactical. So some of the first projects were very strategic, and we all agree on the strategies, but sometimes the question is, okay, we agree we need to do this, but how to do it, how to implement it. And these two projects, they share something. I mean, they obviously have the strategies as well, but they share something that I personally think is interesting. It's a tactical approach also to even form. So in the project in La Porte du Hainaut, you can see that red building there that looks like rural houses to one side, but there's a kind of central part. So there's a kind of new typology of building to go with the strategy. And in the project in Madrid, which is for urban agriculture, it's like, okay, yes, we need to do urban agriculture. We can all agree on that. But their approach is also formal in the sense that they produce a recognizable modular system that can turn an activity that would be fragmented into something recognizable, like a new layer over the city. So the questions on the table is, would you say that yeah, form is an important aspect that for the tactical aspect of your project? Do you think that if you have a fragmented situation, which is what you have in La Porte du Hainaut nominally, and also in the project in Madrid, well, Madrid is not a fragmented city, but the pieces of land available for the project are fragmented all over the city. Do you think that this insertion needs to be formally strong? And then the question about centrality. One of the project mentions weak centrality as something important. This urban agriculture, can it produce weak local centralities as well? So those are the questions on the table. I leave it up to you to decide which to answer and which not.
Bonjour, je vais le faire en français. Alors, je suis Marion Lacasse, une des 2 membres de l'équipe donc Short Stories. Le deuxième, c'est Jacques Hippolyte, qui n'a pas pu être là aujourd'hui. Donc sur cette question du rôle de la forme architecturale et de cette approche tactique, donc effectivement, pour nous, cette question de la forme, elle s'est posée surtout comme un moyen d'articuler les 2 échelles qu'on a décidé de regarder. Celle du grand territoire, donc de cette communauté d'agglomération, qu'on a considérée comme fragmentée et dans lequel il y a une multiplicité de situations différentes. Et cet aspect formel, il a aussi joué un rôle à l'échelle des problématiques très très localisées. Donc dans le cas de l'école donc Orange ici dans la ville de Wallers-Arambert, l'aspect un peu logotype et très marqué de donner à la forme de l'école, c'était le moyen donc d'articuler ces deux échelles, de répondre à une problématique très pragmatique et locale de la capacité, comment augmenter la capacité d'accueil d'une école et la rendre plus accessible à l'échelle des quartiers voisins. Et en même temps, comment la forme pourrait incarner un point de départ et aussi une étape identifiable à l'échelle d'un réseau, d'une mise en réseau avec les autres équipements présents à plus grande échelle. Voilà, donc cet aspect introverti qui concerne, donc à l'intérieur de cette piste d'athlétisme, qui concerne le programme spécifique à la cour d'école, et en même temps cette piste comme le support d'extension qui s'adresse à l'environnement plus élargi du territoire.
Hello. Thank you so much for putting us together, because I think that, yes, we have a lot in common, even though there are two different sides, but I feel that we share this intention from a strategic point of view. Then, of course, in our case, it was not the main purpose of the project, but form was fundamental. We actually, through the discussions with the team, we arrived to a point that we had like this whole strategy, especially with the more than farming, no? Like we should transcend only growing food and then like expanding through these other activities as cooking, processing, but how we are going to implement this, as Carlos was saying, no? And it was this point that was fundamental for us to think about this form, how are going to make this materially, and to give somehow an identity, thinking a new innovative furniture in a way, as same as we see a bench in a city, how would be urban farming if it's something mainstream suddenly, no? Like we have our set for urban farming in every corner in Madrid, no? And then we were thinking about this hyperstatic frame, and why not DM, no? Like just playing around a little bit and also like trying to connect different scales. That's why the mini, midi, maxi, and also like the different degrees in order to make a comprehensive final answer to a very complex problem at the end, no? Like, and I think that this connection between something that has a condition somehow as an archipelago as well, no? These different fragments in the city, and then how can we make an identity, no? In this. I don't know if you want to add something, or I leave it there.
Thank you. We can maybe move on to more general questions that we can debate together.
Yes, thank you. And that's it will be interesting in a way, and you have to reflect to find an answer if you want. It's about the users. What new users today to make the balance with this natural position and intention in a way to find a coexistence as we could see in the first debate. And so maybe I am speaking in French. We have two. I have biodiversity and cultural diversity with language too. Donc je pense que la question des nouveaux usages, elle est très importante, parce que finalement la question des usages a toujours été, on peut dire, dans l'ADN d'Europan. Depuis les premiers Europans, la question des modes de vie, donc de s'adapter à l'évolution des sociétés, était absolument centrale. Et donc, on voit très bien dans les projets que vous nous avez présentés, dont vous avez parlé, aussi dans les réponses à vos questions, je notais que pour la transition écologique, en fait, vous mettiez l'accent sur la rapidité d'évolution des modes de vie. C'est-à-dire comment est-ce que l'architecture, elle s'adapte à la rapidité des transformations, finalement, des modes de vie. Et donc, vous avez parlé de flexibilité, de réversibilité. Bon, on sait que c'est un thème extrêmement important et qui est très présent dans le travail. Mais il y avait d'autres éléments qui étaient en jeu, parce qu'il y avait cette idée qu'il fallait rendre possible des usages, parce qu'il ne s'agit pas de décider des usages pour les autres, mais c'est d'ouvrir le jeu des usages. Je trouve que ça, vraiment, c'est très frappant dans ce que vous dites, dans ce que vous écrivez. C'est comment est-ce qu'on va ouvrir des possibles pour les usages. Alors, il y en a certains que j'ai repérés, mais voir un petit peu pour vous quels sont vos usages qui sont vraiment des starters pour cette nouvelle ville qui sera plus finalement inclusive quelque part. Alors la première chose, c'était tout ce qui touche les mobilités. C'est frappant de voir que c'est un point extrêmement important, les mobilités actives, mais la compatibilité des mobilités, la place qui est donnée aux piétons notamment, bon, il est très présent. Il y a tout ce qui touche les communs, vous parlez d'espace public, mais c'est aussi les lieux communs. Finalement, est-ce qu'il y a de nouveaux types de lieux où le commun se partage? Parce qu'on sait qu'on est dans une société où l'individualisme est très marqué et que la culture numérique participe quelque part, pas seulement à l'émancipation, mais aussi à isoler les individus. Donc il y avait les communs. Il y avait après l'agriculture urbaine. Quand on a commencé dans les projets d'Europan à parler d'agriculture urbaine, souvent ça semblait être un peu quelque chose d'un peu secondaire, comme un peu quelque chose qu'on rajoutait. On voit à quel point aujourd'hui c'est une question qu'on retrouve beaucoup, qu'on a vu dans beaucoup de projets et qui a un rapport avec la santé en fait, la santé. Donc je pense que c'était un des autres thèmes. Après, peut-être les deux derniers que j'avais notés, c'était toute la question des voisinages. Parce que vous avez par exemple insisté sur comment est-ce qu'on partage, comment est-ce qu'on est en voisinage avec d'autres humains, mais aussi comment on est en voisinage avec les autres que les humains. Donc c'était, je pense, les éléments qui étaient très forts. Alors du coup, la question qui vous est posée, que je vous pose, que nous vous posons, c'est finalement quels sont les usages qui, d'après vous, quels sont les nouveaux usages qui aujourd'hui sont vraiment utiles pour inventer cette nouvelle ville qui sera beaucoup plus finalement inclusive en fait, qui serait une ville où tout le monde pourrait, depuis les plus faibles jusqu'aux plus forts, pourraient avoir leur place. Donc qui veut... on compte sur vous pour être un peu informel et faire une espèce de discussion collective et de parler aussi des projets des autres, les vôtres et les autres.
Je peux peut-être prendre la parole pour Bassins, donc Théodosis Montarnier, architecte associé de Ken Architecte. Je trouve aussi qu'il faut revenir sur le contexte dans lequel s'est fait Europan. Donc Europan s'est fait dans le contexte du Covid. Et c'est vrai que là, ça a touché aussi à nos libertés personnelles, à notre façon d'interagir avec d'autres humains. Et je trouve à ce titre que poser la question des usages, elle est très centrale. Et c'est vrai que nous, dans le projet de Bassins, on a vraiment essayé de mettre au centre les usagers en développant un système qui soit un système économique, mais où on a aussi d'autres usagers qui rentrent en compte, les habitants, les entreprises. Pensez aussi que c'est un site où il y a de l'emploi, comment on peut faire évoluer ce site-là, et quelque part, comment on peut définir des nouvelles formes d'habitabilité sur ce site.
Thank you.
Je pense qu'on parle d'usage de différents espaces. Pour nous, c'est très important de garder la superposition de différents régimes d'usage d'espace. Parce que, oui, il y a deux possibilités. On peut juste construire plus en plus pour les différents nouveaux programmes, mais on peut aussi regarder, par exemple, les espaces de bureaux ou les espaces d'industrie. Ils ne sont pas utilisés. Par exemple, bureau, on utilise juste une troisième partie de 24 heures. Ou si c'est l'école, il y a la même problématique pendant l'été. Si c'est une patinoire ou une je ne sais pas, piscine ouverte, c'est aussi fonctionne juste à certains moments. On pense qu'il faut proposer la densité d'utilisation, la densité d'usage de différents espaces. Et on trouve que ça, c'est la réponse écologique, mais aussi il ne faut pas arrêter le développement d'architecture, il faut juste penser comment on peut ajouter cette différente utilisation à différents bâtiments ou espaces publics. Et on toujours propose ça, cet programme ouvert, mais aussi notre architecture, il doit répondre à ça. Il doit être suffisamment ouvert et suffisamment flexible pour proposer un matin une fonction, à nuit autre fonction, une fonction en hiver, été, etc. Et ce n'est pas du tout facile parce qu'il n'y a pas juste les désirs d'architecte, il y a aussi beaucoup de choses bureaucratiques, comme par exemple nous avons fait à l'université avec notre étudiant, comment on peut réutiliser les piscines pendant l'hiver, piscines ouvertes pendant l'hiver, parce que c'est beaucoup d'espaces publics qui on perd pendant 8-9 mois. Et quand on commence de parler avec les personnes qui prennent les décisions, oui, comme architecte, on peut imaginer beaucoup de choses, mais quand on parle avec le bureaucrate ou avec les urbanistes sérieux de la ville, pour eux, c'est très compliqué pour les raisons de sécurité, pour beaucoup d'autres raisons. Et comme ça, je pense, il faut changer notre attitude à usage. Ce n'est pas juste usage ici, usage ici, deuxième ici, troisième, c'est tout dans un espace. Et je pense que ça va donner la vie aussi dans les lieux comme ça, Klagenfurt par exemple.
Ok, merci.
Pour rebondir sur ce qui a été dit, c'est vrai qu'il y a le temps libre des bâtiments, mais là aussi, nous, c'est vrai qu'un sujet qui est venu, c'était le temps libre des gens. Donc comment, en fait, on arrive à recréer du temps libre. Donc il y avait tout le côté aussi économique et même un peu, enfin, un plus large échelle politique sur comment on redonne du temps libre aux gens pour qu'ils puissent profiter de ces nouveaux espaces pour leur donner un sens, et même aussi comment le travail, finalement, on arrive à recréer de l'activité économique qui est aussi créatrice, non pas juste de valeur qui sort du site et qui enrichit d'autres personnes, mais qui, du coup, est créatrice de valeurs de proximité, de lien social juste à côté, et qui, du coup, par ailleurs, ça travaille sur la mobilité. Donc, il y a toute une question sur le travail qui a l'air de se travailler, et par extension, le temps libre. Et donc, est-ce qu'il faut effacer les deux? Comment on les retravaille ensemble? Est-ce que ces nouveaux usages qu'on crée, comment ils répondent aux questions du travail et du temps libre? Et est-ce que ça se mélange pas un moment? C'est des questions qu'on s'est un peu posées et qui répondent aussi avec la participation, parce que la participation sur le temps libre, c'est toujours un sujet un peu compliqué de comment faire participer les gens quand ils ont travaillé 10 heures dans la journée. Donc c'est toujours les mêmes qui participent sinon. Donc voilà, c'est plein de thématiques qui rebondissent sur
oui.
Ce qui a été dit.
Oui, merci.
Moi, je voudrais rebondir aussi sur pourquoi on s'est tous à notre façon saisi de cette question des usages aussi. Dans le contexte dans lequel on a travaillé, on est donc dans une région anciennement industrielle et donc qui a perdu aussi toute une organisation sociale, où toute la logique d'aménagement correspond plus à l'usage. Et donc, en se focalisant sur cette question-là, ça rejoignait aussi la question de comment on réinvente une nouvelle identité sans en plaquer une nouvelle, et donc comment on part des usages déjà présents et à partir de ces usages déjà présents, en les intensifiant, dans quelle mesure on peut aussi recréer un réseau de solidarité qui fait que ces situations qui sont devenues très isolées du fait de la désindustrialisation et de l'abandon de toute cette sociabilité liée à l'extraction minière, eh bien, elle est le support de nouveaux échanges et un peu le point de départ de collaboration et de solidarité intercommunale, où finalement la question de croiser différents usages et différents intérêts autour de points partagés devient aussi peut-être un levier d'une nouvelle gouvernance et d'une plus grande solidarité entre les territoires.
Well, if I could add something, I was hearing all of you, and I was agreeing with everything you were saying. For us, I think it was very, very important when thinking about the term of use or activity or modes of living, which I think it was giving us somehow a path to follow. And similar to our colleague in the panel, this project that is very different in a totally different area, in industrial land and totally disconnected. How can we think of uses when the land or some uses either are completely new, like in urban agriculture in a city, or a place where the territory is somehow dead, no? The modes of living are dead, no? And for us, it's very helpful to think about, in a very Latourian way, the network, no? So how can we go from one maybe previously was something like site-specific, no? How to maybe we have our site, our surrounding, and how to base, in our case, to implement a new use into the existing network of uses, no? Of activities that in reality are latent, are there, and by, I guess, our proposals, no, all of us are making somehow visible, no, or relevant in this context. So thinking of these kind of uses or modes of living as something that is part of the context and that we have to be specific to it, I think it's a good strategy, at least for us, to be able to root our interventions.
Mm-hmm. Someone wants to add something? Because what is very, very strong... Oh, thank you.
We didn't try to foresee future uses, but we chose to embrace change. So even the future uses that we see today, the trends, the new kind of living and working, this will too be obsolete in a few cycles. So we just proposed a structure that can change with whatever the public needs, and we put more emphasis on public space, which, as someone mentioned before, in the COVID time, we saw how important it is. Actually, as urban planners and architects, we always knew it was important, but we felt reassured that the general public now agrees with that, and we get a new support in proposing more of it.
Yes. Je suis très frappée par le fait que dans ces nouveaux usages, on va chercher à habiter aussi dehors et pas seulement dedans. Et comment est-ce qu'on va pouvoir partager ce qui est dehors? Parce que c'est aussi quelque chose, quand on regarde vos projets, dans vos vidéos, on voit à quel point on habite dehors. Même si, évidemment, il va y avoir habiter chez soi, avoir son intimité familiale, mais fondamentalement, et certainement avec la Covid, cela a relancé l'importance d'avoir un dehors commun. C'est vraiment très, très fort dans les projets. Et justement, je trouve aussi que vous mettez en évidence qu'il y a d'autres manières de faire. On n'est pas obligé on peut superposer des usages. On peut travailler sur les temporalités des usages, hein, comme vous le soulignez. Donc il y a d'autres manières de faire. Et donc, est-ce que pour vous, c'est utopiste d'imaginer que cela va, moi j'espère que cela va contribuer à renforcer des solidarités? Est-ce que c'est une utopie d'imaginer que ces nouveaux types d'usages, ces nouveaux dispositifs d'usage vont permettre quelque part d'être davantage dans la solidarité, dans le partage? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
Alors, sur cette question-là, je trouve ça très intéressant, la perspective de tous les projets, où finalement l'espace public redevient ce qui doit être un lien social et redevient l'endroit où se rencontre tout le monde. Mais maintenant, ce tout le monde, il n'est pas le même le jour, la nuit, à 16h, à 22h. Et ce cadre des possibles, tous les projets le proposent, je pense, c'est d'avoir des usages qui puissent être adaptés, mais qui puissent être abrités, qui puissent être ouverts, qu'on puisse faire un festival ou un rassemblement plus petit sans que la place ne paraisse trop grande, que toute cette adaptation, finalement, on fait le processus à l'envers. Avant, c'était la place, et puis ce qui pourra rentrer, rentrera. Aujourd'hui, on essaye et je pense que tous ces projets processus d'Europan le mettent en œuvre, c'est de dire de quoi on a besoin, qu'est-ce qui est là, de quoi on a besoin. Et ce matin, on parlait des aléas. Les aléas vont bouger. Aujourd'hui, c'est inondable. Demain, ça ne le sera plus, ou ça le sera encore plus. Et donc, cette adaptabilité, elle se fait dans les deux sens. C'est-à-dire, le projet devient la réponse à la contrainte actuelle, mais il doit aussi préfigurer la contrainte qui va venir. Et donc, c'est vrai que dans cette optique-là, l'espace public joue un rôle qui est nécessaire. Quand on a une réduction drastique des appartements, par exemple, l'espace public doit redevenir ce support, et tous les outils qui ont été mis en place dans les projets qu'on a présentés ce matin essayent de militer pour ça, je pense.
D'autres commentaires à propos des usages?
I take the mic.
Yes.
I think it's a very interesting question, and I would like to answer it's not a utopia in a way, because I think that many times it's about as Diego was saying, like this latent potential is about remembering, or not in a nostalgic or romantic way, but there are certain ways of using public space or this sport, the domesticity, that we used to do that kind of things, no? Like we used to cook together, for example. Like we have many devices that now seems utopic, but why not, no? Like to regain this realm of the commons also in the public space. So let's go for the utopias.
Oh, that's a good final, I think. Merci beaucoup. It was very interesting to hear about this possibility of new stories, new dreams about new users. Because I am very interested by the fact that you architects and landscapers, you don't want to decide for users, for others, but it's to open the game. And at the same time, it's possible, and we have to change the way to settle, because we have to be more. It's a transitional, logical transition. So it means to take too much on each everywhere, and so to give possibilities. So thank you very much, and you want.
Thank you. Don't move because
Okay, thank you very much to all. It was very interesting. And I forgot this morning when I present the program to say that we insert in the program some lecture, short lecture, half an hour each one. And we will have the first one before the lunch in the last half hour. And I have the pleasure to call Zuhal and Carlos Zarco Sanz. They are Spanish. They won Europan several times. And they are, of course, we ask them to react to the topic, living cities, and to give their point of view in a little larger time. And they propose a lecture called Story Speculation System, Reimagining a Territory, where they are. So thank you very much. Where are our two lecturers? Yes, you have the speech, please. You have the micro? You take on the table. What you need? You need to sit. Huh? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation for this lecture. And hello, everybody. I am Zuhal, and this is Carlos Zarco Sanz. We are from OpenAct Architecture, which is based in Madrid and also in Istanbul. And today, as part of the ongoing exchange of Europan Forum, we will be kind of focusing on the open project, which lays the foundations of our of the research of our studio. But we will also share with you kind of our methodology through our projects and through our processes. When we look at Europan's work, we can see that it engages a medium of the speculative architectural work within the fabric of social, political, and economic reality. And the work of OpenAct, the work of Europan in that sense, it creates a series of manifestos on the environmental imagination through spatial fictions. But while doing this, Europan also engages with the public and with its authorities and kind of like calls them to relate with the complexity of the design and the complexity of designing for the Earth's systems in their vast scales and in their living nature. So formulating these speculative but well-grounded manifestos for different sites by designers, most of the times who are aliens to those sites, like us and like many of you, it generates a challenge. And so one of the potential answers to the question how to reimagine a territory, our methodology developed through the sequence of story, speculation, and system as we looked into our works kind of like retrospectively in that sense. So the first step in the sequence is the story, because learning the story of the territory becomes the first action, and to be able to understand to be able to understand and frame its context, because stories had been crucial for humans to navigate the world and learn and record things and places. And similarly, during the design process, researching about a territory becomes the collection of data, facts, experiences, happenings, past events. But this process is not merely a delve into history. Rather, it's the collection of series of vignettes and information that are drawn from different times and different parts of the territory that altogether they help define its context. And this is a process of, as we call it, relational reasoning. And this relational reasoning of the territorial context in this phase, it kind of works like an X-raying process. And it creatively unfolds the realities out of constraints, and it aims to see the unseen and discover the invisible. And the best way to spatialize all this contextual data, which constitutes a territory, for us, mapping had been the main tool, and maybe to quote from James Corner, mapping uncovers realities, and it's that were previously unimagined. It unfolds the potentials and discover new grounds upon the traces of a living context. So as we can kind of sum up, maybe mapping remakes a territory over and over again. And these maps are not analysis diagrams, but they are cartographic imaginations, as you can think of it like that. They are capturing the stories between reality and speculation. And they are also not master plans, because master plans concern with the composition and order of static parts, but they are rather a variety of territorial, political, social, and environmental processes that flow through the space.
So in a sense, these maps and these mappings that we're speaking about, they reveal the potentials to construct a new narrative. Therefore, it allows us to imagine the territory through speculation. This speculative nature of the design process actually enables each site to be envisioned through various optics, and each optic constructs a new and different narrative to that site. So mapping, again, in that sense, is a very powerful tool, political tool, to construct that speculative narrative through the territory. For example, you can see in this slide the extents, the narrative of the Imperial Federation, placing the British Empire in the center of the image, and showing the exploitative extents of the empire in other continents. Whereas, for example, in Fuller's dimension map, the narrative completely changes. And now there is no center of the picture, there is no center of the world, there is no up, there is no down, there is no north or south. And again, similarly, this is an image that we love to use in the presentations we give, the Earthrise photo of the Apollo 8, which is the first photo that is taken from a great distance. That is taken, the photo is taken to the Earth in 1968, and it suggests another narrative, a new narrative, with no visible national borders or boundaries. It depicts this intertwined fluid system flowing through each other, a living Earth that is again surrounded by complete darkness of space, and a planet that appears fragile and vulnerable.
So Earthrise showed us that our Earth inhabits system of systems where multiple levels of complexity exist, coexist, converge, and collide. It is a collection of open-ended systems, and any changes at any scale that is made to this system potentially affect the whole of the planet. Therefore, like becoming aware of this open-ended nature of the Earth, 60s and 70s marked the history with emerging awareness of the environmental issues. There were radical transformations in social structures, especially in the Western world. There were technological innovations, globalization, individualism, nomadism, and so on. So the strategies of the designers from that era corresponded to this multitudinous of these drastic changes. They created projects in which the design was conducted sometimes through the processes of natural succession, for example, or aerodynamic effects of the planetary forces, or as well as sometimes the shifts of social structures. But no matter what scales they all worked in, all of the projects and proposals exhibited experiments of open-endedness and of adaptability. That was either through the malleability of a material, or sometimes it was through the flexibility of an entire urban infrastructure. And yet today, in the 21st century, we again find ourselves in an era of far-reaching transformation, and also in a century that, since the beginning, which is heavily dominated by crises one after another. From ecological to economic, from social crisis to pandemic, it's testing the resilience of the systems that we are living in. So this test of resiliency is repositioning the role of architecture, technology, and infrastructure away from static and hard systems, which are defined with which are permanent and which are crystallized, but towards a more open, and maybe in Sanford Quinter's terms, like soft systems that consist of infinite series of living and dynamic coexistences, switches, relays, like circuits, activating constantly the matter and the information. So today we will be presenting two of our awarded projects out of the four of Europan projects. And these projects, researching through design, their goal actually that we will share now is to examine and translate the open-endedness, the openness of living ecology into living experiences. So their scope in this quest ranges from the scale of sometimes material innovation to territorial networks, but they all embrace the living and temporal conception of territory within ecology. So they all allow the expression of space through a multitude of different temporalities, ranging from different speeds, seasons, cycles, movements, migrations, and mobilities.
So the first project that in this regard, that we are going to be presenting today is our Europan E16 project for Bitonto in Italy, which was the runner-up in the competition. Located in the south of Italy, these ancient territories of this region and Bitonto's municipal terrain are really vast and diverse. It's an area that expands from urban centers to rural peripheries, agricultural lands to natural reserves, from coast to the inlands. And these lands offer a diverse range of encounters with their historic roots. This is an area that brings together the human and the natural spheres all through the story of olive. Similar to other areas of the Mediterranean, olive's existence on this territory is actually the reason of countless processes that are happening around the olive's cultivation processes. Olive historically has been an emblem, a sign of peace, purity, and victory. And its growth, cultivation, and harvesting generated a myriad of rituals around this topic of olive. And this generated from common conversations to multi-scalar productive networks, which are also very legible when we are seeing a Bitonto's municipal region. And olive in this land is the common heritage, both as natural, but also as a human artifact. It connects the diverse ecosystem with culture, history, civilization, and architecture. This dominant character of olive in the region offers a specific potential, and it opens up new possibilities for Bitonto to reestablish and re-question the connections in between the urban, the rural, the center, the hamlets, the past, the present, the human nature, machinic and organic, and all this through the processes and stories of olive.
So in this regard, our project proposal was inspired by the production cycles of olive, and we proposed a process-driven design approach and a new form of connectedness through a framework that was revolving around the cyclical rituals of olive farming, olive harvesting. And this was to be able to enable dynamic coexistence of socio-cultural, socio-economic, and ecological mutations. And so an olive tree's calendar, as you can see here on the screen, generated the foundations of this uniting framework. And here you can see each one of them: the inflorescence, flowering, fruiting, ripening, harvest, rejuvenation, pruning, and dormancy. So each process of the olive cycle, both literally but also metaphorically, suggested events, activities, and implementations, as we were calling them, rituals in the project, that originate from the particular moments in the cultivation cycle. So, for example, the moment of pollination, it is the flowering time of the tree, but it's also the seasonal events for the pollination of the ideas. Or, for example, the time of the harvest, it was not only an occasion where it was the time for collecting the produce, but it was also a period when public crowdsourcing or voting results were collected. Or, for example, the rejuvenation and the dormancy period, it is a time of repair for the olive tree. But it was also a term to collaborate in the ecosystem restoration of the natural reserves by people. So like this, all layers of connectivity and all the rituals are harmonized with each other through the processes of olive's cultivation. And as you can see in here, the institutions with the individuals, the ecology with the public, all of them came together within this multi-layered framework. And the layers of the connection, in that sense, became the trails of rituals, and the 3 squares of Bitonto, they became the stations of these rituals. This was a system that, to be able to design for the 3 different squares, it looked at what happens in between them and what connects them, and what are the roles of each one of them within this 21st century infrastructure.
And because connectedness means much more than physical links in this century, our project supported this proposed framework with a communicative virtual ecosystem. This digital tool somehow offered an information system to provide active ecological monitoring, self-organization tools for people, urban mobility, and many more similar activities that can be achieved with these digital tools. So by using this digital system, actually, our project aimed to upscale the connectivity of Bitonto and its hamlets from a local perspective and scale to a global scale. Inspired from the historic Roman trails of Bitonto, like Via Cella and Via Traiana, and the ecological trails also of the area, like Lama Ballice, the project introduced 5 layers of connectivity, layers to restore the relationship, the broken relationship between the town and its centers. So each layer of these trails actually illustrates a vision for the region to create an eco-political project that actually reinterprets the connotations of a productive landscape. It aims to become not only a project of passive preservation and renaturalization of the area, but a project of characterization and symbiotic activation of the programs. All these trails as connectivity layers actually strengthen the existing ties existing in the local area and create new channels to form new relationships throughout the changing seasons and also revolving on the OLEF calendar.
And the 3 squares of the towns became the stations, as we said before, of these trails. So each one offering different potentials with their specific offerings. They were renovated with soft urbanism tactics such as blue and green infrastructure, self-sufficient energy solutions, or collaborative labs, or traffic evaporation strategies to be able to manifest the motions of all the all year long happenings in the town centers. And like that, these squares became landscapes of social instruments to create different events and experiences with the active collaboration of its public at all scales, at all times. And so all of these strategies of rituals and stations in different scales and different layers collectively created this atlas of rituals for Bitonto and its hamlets. And it was to promote its unique urbanity, not only locally and regionally, but also potentially globally, as a case study maybe, to study where natural ecosystems and nature-based public activities are incorporated together.
And the second and last project we're going to be presenting today is another Europan project, in this case Europan 13, under the topic of adaptable city cycle. And in this case, the brief was focusing on the forgotten public spaces around the river banks of the River Sava. The River Sava is the wildest and the strongest branch of the River Danube, and is passing through 5 different countries. And it is so wild that the city of Zagreb has a really particular relationship with it. Unlike some other European capitals, there are reasons and they are created and established around the river. Zagreb's urban growth has been formed with a tendency to move away from the river, trying to avoid the constant floods and trajectory changes that the river was having. And as the wildest branch of the River Danube, Sava historically had harmed and distracted the city of Zagreb. And it's not until the 70s, with the technology of the embankment and the dike construction around it, that the city actually is able to control and tame and channel the waters of Sava. And since then, Zagreb has expanded its territory towards south, leaving the river in the middle of the urban scape. Aiming to test the potential of the river banks as vital spaces, the brief asked for proposals that actually can shift this perception of the area after the memories of the floods. And as you can see in this slide, the project area is a vast 7 kilometers length, running from east to west of the city of Zagreb, cutting it in half and pretty much acting like a huge void in the middle of Zagreb. And the main question for us was how to transform this 7 kilometers flat terrain into enduring public space, but with temporary programming. Later, as we were commissioned, and we started working with the city of Zagreb, the project site kind of shifted, and it moved in between the three main bridges that cross Sava from south to north. Zagreb has this very symmetrical planning, and the idea was that this would be a riverbank park that is temporary, but is also shifting and changing, adapting and evolving with the citizens over the course of the years. Due to the increase of the water levels, which occurred several times in 1 year, no permanent structure was allowed to be placed in the floodplains, in the riverbanks of Sava. So to be able to cope with the natural flows and the programmatic changes required by the citizens, but also the phase implementation stages that based on financial resources of the city, the project defined a set of strategies in different scales. The basic modules, as we call them in the competition phase, the activators, were 9 pavilions designed with really basic scaffolding structures. As you can imagine, we had to meet with the emergency flood protocol of Croatian Waters. Actually, Croatian Waters is able to predict the flood 4 to 5 days before it happens. So we had a really short time span to actually mount and dismount these structures and remove them from the site in case of flood. So these different pavilions are able to host different programs within themselves, but their clustering and combination and grouping of these activators can create different combinations and create bigger scale programs, such as a floating concert, a temporary museum, or some big sports event. On the larger scale, the project proposed really soft and subtle interventions, such as biking paths connecting these and walking paths connecting these clusters, and also envision different sports activities and sports areas like beach football, beach volleyball, paragliding, and horse riding. And we also proposed some restorative plantation to filtrate the waters of Sava River when the flood was coming. And finally, within the city scale, the Excel scale, we introduced the idea that actually the pavilion clusters will be moved from one side to the other in different implementation seasons, of course, to help start an urban conversation in the city and enhance this east-west access in Zagreb. And as the pavilions are being moved from one side to the other one, the different neighborhoods will start also a conversation with each other. But not only with each other, but also with the project. That engagement and feedback mechanism will feed the project with local ideas and improvements and potential locations that will be introduced in the hopeful versions of the project in the future. And like that, the project will turn into an open-ended, adaptable process that not only adapts to the natural changes of the site, but also to the present and the future of the society.
So between 2017 and 2019, we worked on the project documentation and with the city of Zagreb. And in 2019, early summer, we were able to implement the first phase on 3 sites. So 9 pavilions were mounted on 3 different sites next to the most frequently used bridges of Zagreb, and the constructed pavilions were activated with various cultural and sports programs between the months June to October. So that year we didn't encounter any floods, which was good news for us. But also in the first step we were able to test the speed of the construction and the dismantling of the construction of the pavilions. And it was quite faster than we expected, so it was kind of relaxing. But we were also able to test the resilience and the adaptability of the structures, and according to the necessities of each user group. There was a base for each individual tenant to keep the holistic approach of the project, but later each tenant had the freedom to decorate and adapt the spaces according to their programs within their own terms and budgets. But still the project was trying to keep this openness for different scales like that. And the programs and activities of the first phase were ranging from open-air cinema and stage to beach bars and cafes and sports fields around the river. There was also a playground and kayaking, and it showed an alternative way of using Sava's river banks during that summer, which are completely abandoned. And as you see, each pavilion has a different activity, but their combination creates a much bigger program. And in the end, the project and we were trying to cope with this large amount of unknowingness and unpredictability that was surrounding the project. And within this programmatic and ecological indeterminacy, we aim to transform this area into a vibrant space for the city. And I guess overall, the project standed as an exploration of opportunities to experiment the effects of kind of relatively small and soft and temporal interventions that were characterized by dynamism and immateriality and indeterminacy on a large-scale urban scenario for Zagreb. And with that, we'd like to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very interesting. So it's after all this reflection and vision of the project of the winning teams of Europan E16, we will make a break to go to lunch. The lunch is second floor. So you have in the hall some directions that are shown. You have big stairs to go. It's a huge area. I just want, before we leave, to recall you that this afternoon we have a mixed program of different elements. One is a third debate or workshop, as you want to call, related to the two first of this morning. And after a coffee break, we will have also the restitution of a workshop that was here with, in Clermont-Ferrand during 4 days, where teams of Europan 16 came and worked on 2 sites in suburban area, very interesting. One is a former industrial area that have to move, but keeping a part of the activity, and the other is an hybrid island, sort of a metaphorical island where agriculture, we come back to the question of agriculture. And several teams mix between their nationality, work very densely during 4 days. So they will restitute in in 1 hour with the 2 coach their work, and it's quite interesting element. And of course, we will have after our festival of video, we start this morning. So have a good lunch and see you. We start at 2:30. Thank you.
people standing outside should be sitting inside. People standing outside should be sitting inside. Yes. The team members, the winners in Schwabisch Gmünd and in Västerås, the winners in Hertelia and Aalst, and the winners in Barcelona and Beizama. We're still waiting for the winners in Aalst. That's Pedro Pitarch. Pedro Pitarch, por favor, diríjase a la gran sala. And we're still waiting for the winners in Beizama. Yes?
I think they were coming.
So you can take, you have 2 chairs. You can pick, yeah. Okay, we're going to begin while people continue to flow into the room. We're going to follow the same structure that we followed this morning, so if you were here, you already know. We're going to first see the 6 videos of the 6 teams present on the stage. And we're going to introduce a little novelty. Maybe when a video starts, the authors, they stand up so that everybody knows who they are, right? So they just say hello in a nice way, right? Because otherwise we found that it was more difficult to associate the faces, the speakers, to the videos. So in this group, we are going to be discussing densification and intensification. Like in the others, it's words that sound clear. I mean, when you talk about densification, classic response is, I don't know, housing, number of houses per hectare or something like that. Yeah. But what does it mean when we're looking towards the future, right? So what does nature mean? We were talking about in the first group, what is nature and what do we do with it? In the second one, we were talking about uses and how to manage unpredictable uses. And here, maybe we're going to find out what densification is all about when we get to that stage. So we have 3 subgroups with intense multi-layering, infrastructure for life, and intensely pedestrian. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. So let's please, can we have the videos? Production table. Can we hit play?
The project for Tragelzuid is the first step of a wider strategical activation that involves the whole Cayenne area and the river banks of the Dender. Such an activation is achieved through 3 urban strategies. At an infrastructural scale, the project behaves as a logistics trigger, exploding large industrial, logistics and energetic hubs and dispersing them throughout the territory. At an environmental scale, the proposal acts as an ecological distributor, transforming the Dender River into architectural artifact. And finally, at a social scale, the project is a programmatic activator, where Tragelzuid becomes a node of a wider network of sites to be activated. Tragelzuid is curated over time, using 2 urban tools. On the one hand, a series of urban and architectural artifacts. They are activators and catalyzers of contexts classified in 3 categories: connection elements, activation devices, cohesion spaces. On the other hand, a series of regeneration strategies. They aim to reactivate both open areas and historical buildings and to change the ethos of unused buffer zones. A precise study of endemic species has been done in order to use their atmospheric implications at an architectural scale. Their combination and alternation help to generate controlled environments that define the architectures from a post-ecological paradigm. Spaces are not anymore exclusively designed through the quantification of their means, but through the atmospheric qualification of them. For such a purpose, a whole network of irrigation facilities is displayed over the territory of Tragelzuid, technifying the ground floor and allowing the arise, distribution and fate of ecologies, atmospheres and programs. It functions as a motherboard from which natures could rise, transforming the horizontal plane into a device for environmental construction. The whole master plan is curated on a timeline, using a play script that firstly articulates the implementation of a series of informal pop-up architectures that will activate the site, supported by protocols of appropriation of the existing architectures and followed by the insertion of ecologies. Later on, more permanent architectures will be given to the programs and uses that are proved to function during the first phase. Tragelzuid will act as an urban prototype, serving as a testing ground from where to define an urban model where the dichotomies between work versus life and nature versus urbanity are no longer so rigid, but blurred into intermediate states where leisure and labor overlap in time within the same spaces, contexts and atmospheres.
Production, we're missing the sound on this one. There is sound. Sound is very important in this video, if I remember. Yeah.
Sorry, but there is no sound on. We have no sound on this video.
No?
No, we don't have any sound.
Okay, sorry about that. I was there yesterday.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Thank you all for coming. Well, as you know, the town of Schwäbisch Gmünd would like to implement our project with us, which is a great chance. So I thought it would be good to recap our project one more time. Maybe each of you could summarize his or her contribution again. How about you, Tom?
Yeah, I dealt with a historically and contextually inspired structure of our project.
I analyzed the green and the blue connections.
Bike and pedestrian settled mobility was my focus.
My part was new urban productivity.
And at the end, I will handle the mixed uses.
All right, let's start with Tom.
Sure. This is Schwäbisch Gmünd. Our project site lies west of a town center. Gmünd has an interesting structure with a medieval core, which is surrounded by a green ring with some leftovers of the ancient walls. Then there are some bigger buildings from the 70s and 80s, and the rest of the town consists of smaller houses from the 20th century. We used this as an inspiration for our design. Towards the center is a dense part, confined by a free space, which is followed by bigger structures. Towards the side's edges are smaller buildings.
The surrounding is marked by two green hills, north and south, the Rems River, and green spaces south from the river. The project site itself is characterized by sealed areas and some wastelands. The concept took advantage of these potentials by connecting both hills, extending the requalification of the river, thus creating a new green net.
Project site is crossed by street with heavy traffic leading throughout center. This could be reduced through already existing seam where networking gaps could be expanded in good organized connections. With 2 bike freeways we support cargo bike traffic along railway. New quartier with less parking facilities makes area less attractive for car users and makes more livable space. Creating a car-free environment has the focus on bikes and pedestrians. We need to engage friendly transportation for us as for the nature.
We plan free spaces not only for recreation, they can also be used as productive space. There are locally grown plants and fruits from these free spaces, activated rooftops and greenhouses. They are processed in local manufactories using existing capacities in the industrial park nearby. These products are transported by train within the region or by bike within town. They are sold at local markets to the customer. Waste gets recycled and goes back into the value creation circle. Rooftops are able to produce electricity supporting the local energy grid.
There are many different uses needed in our new quarter, like cultural and social institutions, schools, productive sites, business and gastronomy, office spaces, and habitation, all mixed together to form a living neighborhood. There are different clusters with focuses, but always blend with other uses to generate encounters.
Out of these 5 concepts, we developed our design. This is our vision for the new western entrance to Schwäbisch Gmünd. In the eastern part, there are dense blocks surrounding a square. The tower highlights the new gate. The western part consists of bigger structures like the neighborhood parking and smaller buildings towards the edges. The roofs are used for gardening and energy production. Most important features of our design are the green spaces, like the green wall connecting the northern and southern slopes of the valley, or the river connecting the town center in the east with the western neighborhoods.
Thank you all for the summary, great job. So what are our next steps?
Well, now we have to coordinate ourselves with the stakeholders at Schwäbisch Gmünd and develop our project further. And I have to say I'm very excited about it, and I think this will be a very interesting experience for all of us.
I'm very excited as well. Okay, so our next meeting will be in Schwäbisch Gmünd, so see you there.
Yeah,
bye-bye, guys.
Bye. Bye now.
The city of Västerås is expected to reach a population of 230,000 people within the next 30 years. With close proximity to the historic city center and the new central station, the former industrial harbour, Mälarporten, will be one of the most important areas for the city's transformation towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. Today, the site comprises many vacant plots, old industrial buildings, and a shoreline which is largely inaccessible to the public and provides limited space for biodiversity. It is therefore the goal of the city to create a vibrant and welcoming new neighborhood for the current population of Västerås, as well as generations to come. Emergent Lab proposes a metabolistic strategy by introducing a number of blue, green and social interventions over time. A special emphasis is put on the purification of the water and the ecology of the site. The first series of actions will therefore focus on Lake Mälaren and its connection to the heart of the city before weaving deeper into the fabric of the entire development site. This multi-layered, circular approach will help build an inclusive and resilient community. Participatory processes, workshops and events will take place in pavilions, which are placed carefully around the site and follow the progression of the development, creating a resilient bond between all entities. Groups and individuals are invited to maintain and improve ecology and biodiversity by growing vegetation that can clean the water and become the natural habitat for aquatic species and develop a deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities of our time. In order to pave the way for a successful transformation of the area, the most concrete and eminent problems are addressed first. Adaptable processes are introduced to adequately handle the unknowns. A blueprint will be created which provides the tools for all citizens for democratic self-governance to create their own everyday living environment through decision-making processes based on communal feedback loops.
Is a town on the cusp of radical transformation. Located 50 kilometres northwest of Oslo, it is set to be integrated with the Oslo region as soon as a new railway arrives. With journey times to Oslo cut down to 30 minutes, Honfoss is going to serve as a suburb to the fast-growing capital. To expand on the town's rapidly changing identity, the task is to develop a new pilot neighbourhood in Jøtølia, an area of farmland and forest close to the town centre. Located between city and countryside, between man and nature, Jøtølia is meant to become an ecotone, meaning a region of transition between two biological communities. We strongly believe that agriculture has to stay local, but the size of the site does not suit modern wheat culture anymore. However, it matches the average dimensions of classic fruit or vegetable fields. The usual spacing between trees in an orchard is 8 metres, which is also the case for the average market garden row spacing. We have based the overall layout on this dimension in order to create an 8 metre squared grid oriented according to the slope of the site to maximise solar gain. The very first action will then be to connect
Bad luck. The sound died again. Well, I think that that first part was already a good thing to hear, right? Yeah.
Once Jøtølia has become this organic agricultural hub, we will prototype solutions in a local try and test attitude to bring amenities and attraction to the area. We will take advantage of the long delay before the arrival of the new train to provide young professionals with vocational training in rammed earth, thatch and timber construction. Thanks to a dedicated workshop, we can foster interest in the building industry using these sustainable building techniques. Within the training, apprentices will build one-to-one earth structures on the land strips left over by crops. These rammed earth towers will provide a structure on which future housings will be grafted. Thanks to the social and productive superstructure built during phases 1 and 2, the site will finally host a housing development. The housing blocks will be built in a metabolic process around the rammed earth towers. This flexible aggregation process allows a wide range of form and typologies, from small individual apartments to duplexes of even stacked houses. If this condition of cooperation is met, Jøtølia is to be a model of productive ecotone where agriculture, manufacturing and housing interact with each other and grow in a metabolic way. Thus, our project should be understood as an example of attitude rather than a rigid design.
Finally. Thank you. So the 6 projects, they deal with layering. I mean, with not densification of the same thing, but of addition of multiple layers. And in the first 2 that we would like to bring forward, if we can have from production the first 2 images of the catalog. That's Hertelia and Aalst. Okay, well, it was not the first ones I was thinking of, but it's okay. We can do it in this order. In these two cases, a very important layer of infrastructure is to do with living things. In the case of Aalst, there's an irrigation network as a kind of founding step, rather than thinking of building roads as a founding step. It's building the substrate for plants to grow as a founding state. Or in the other case, it's grids and trees, using the grid of the trees as a pattern to develop a village, like the whole thing will be following the pattern of nature. Do you think that the strategies required for the living cities that we're trying to do they require this kind of new tactics that really implementing things on site in a different way becomes really important? And then the timeline becomes also very important. Things need some time to grow. Do you think that the temporary timelines for humans are necessary when you're dealing with temporary timelines of things that grow? And another question on the table, what is an ecologically intense neighborhood, which is something that seems to be apparent in your project. So either of you can decide which questions to answer. Yeah.
So I guess first, I guess the answer is a bit in the question, because you have spoken about tactics, and actually this is, for me, this is a new way of doing urban design. I mean, it's not very new, but we have seen on those projects that you see less and less design, rigid design, master plans, like not the old-fashioned master plan, but you see more and more sequences, processes, timelines, and I guess the new way of designing is more to design the process and not the project per se. And this is what I would say. For instance, in our project, so you have seen it twice, so I think you have understood it. We felt that there was a kind of a standstill, because everyone was waiting for the train to arrive, and so the city was kind of blocked. And we felt that the only way to go out of this standstill was to propose, a timeline, was to design time in a way. And design, propose the housing typology and master plan was it was a subject, but it was less relevant than propose, a way out to activate this site, to let the city the time to find money and solve all the political issues that you have there before, implementing housing. And I felt that in the project in Aalst, I'm sure Pedro Pichach will speak more of it, but there is this kind of way of activating the site before doing things. And in a lot of projects you can see this. And I think this is the new way of going for urban design on those kind of sites.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I'm really glad that they have paired us together, because I see a really common attitude in both projects. I think that and that somehow reveals a reading of a new paradigm in designing not just architecture but urbanism, and even something in between architecture and urbanism. And I think that also from our point of view on the project. It was really important to kind of formulate almost this political statement in terms of design, of embracing the timeline as a way of designing, as you were mentioning, not just focusing on the design of a particular shape, the design of a particular master plan in terms of zoning and attributing programs to the zoning, but actually in order to design the time and the schedule in which these different programs, these different events, these different activities, or these different actors are going to start being displayed on the motherboard. That both projects are somehow motherboards where different things are relating and playing this sort of game. And in a sense, also, I think that it is links to the question that Carlos you were formulating before. I think that for us also it is a matter of incorporating informality within a very formal process that is urban planning. And in this sense, I think that, and I also want to somehow emphasize on this, for us it is also kind of a professional statement to kind of formulate the break of the conventional and traditional model of designing projects in which you do the schematic design, you do the construction design, and they are absolutely closed projects, absolutely closed processes. And for us in here, we wanted to kind of embrace the timeline as a way to somehow break this formality of these procedures and these formats of the schematic design and the construction design, and make it much more open so that it could have different inputs, in the sense that you could start implementing through this informal irrigation, as you said, for example, the irrigation network in your case, the different patterns of the different elements and devices that you inject into your site. I think that it is really important to somehow start by some elements that are kind of testing and act as testing grounds for what is coming afterwards, so that the project is not the end product, but somehow it formulates the strategies and kind of a formula for what is coming afterwards, and not so much focusing on the exclusive design of what it looks like, but actually how it kind of works or how it functions.
And you create a richer environment. I think the concept of ecotone is also related to this idea of the ecologically intense, because in this in-between there is more stuff, right?
Yes, because I guess that I feel that intensity, I mean, we have a tendency to say that intensity is density. And it can be the case, but it's not always the case. I feel that intensity is when you have the more interactions. That means also that you have most layers and also boundaries. I mean, you have different medium that can be layered, intertwined, weaved, stacked together, but in a way, they have to be kind of be put next together, I mean. And so this is for me what is, and for us on this project, what is intensity, is where you have not a lot of people or a lot of biomass, but where you have a lot of interaction. So, and that's what we kind of, that's why we came out, I mean, we didn't come out with this idea of ecotone by ourselves. It's a concept that I'm sure a lot of you know already. But this is what is interesting, this notion of ecotone, is that an ecotone is a region at the interaction between two places. And so it's a border. And for instance, this morning there was this project about the cellular development of the district. And I feel that it was very interesting because a cell, for instance, only survives because it has a skin around it. If there is not this border, it dies, it can't work, because the skin also is also used to interact with the medium. And so, so that's what's for what we kind of try to do, to have this intense neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm glad that you bring to the table the notion of intensity, because it was also something really important for us while approaching to the project, and for us it was somehow the attitude of kind of mixing apparent opposite conditions, in this case, like kind of, for example, labor and leisure, and deliberately trying to somehow see somehow the oxymoron that generates the friction between both of them. And for us, the intensity was actually not so much as you appointed a question of density, but actually the intensity comes from that friction, from trying to generate connections amid things that are not necessarily have a cohesion between them, but actually that generate some kind of urban intensity in this sense.
Thank you. Another pair of projects with multi-layering to do with infrastructure is with Schwäbisch Gmünd and VOSTFR. If we can have it, yeah, we have it on the screen. It's one could say that these two projects start with like a classical infrastructural analysis, but it's an infrastructural analysis that is not focused on the classical infrastructures. It's more focused on the green infrastructures, the blue infrastructures, the soft mobility infrastructures. And in this new kind of layering, there is an element of hybridity that we wanted to point out. So the questions on the table would be about these hybrid elements, these so the innovation of introducing these hybrid networks in the infrastructure, in the analysis, and also about the attractors. Like in both cases, there are places to go to, like the street to go to, or those new shops and things. And in the other case, there are these beautiful pavilions that are floating or hanging around in between the buildings. So, so the question would be about those attractors and how to imagine them to bring life to those new hybrid infrastructures. So I think we're there.
Yes. Well, in terms of hybridity, in a sense, I'm a hybrid here myself because I have background in anthropology and not in architecture. But for me, actually, hybridity in a social context is the norm rather than the exception. So if you build something, it must also include hybridity. It must include plurality of life in terms of people's backgrounds, where they come from, freedom of movement, how people move in space, how social life can look like. Yeah, so for me also sorry, I'm having.
It's okay. You can think about it. Yeah, we can maybe allow your colleague, and then we will go back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a quick start, I'm Tom, and you already met my group up there. They can't be here today, but I try my best to be here on their behalf. Yeah, about these, or what you just started to say, that this mixture is important and encounters and so on. That's also what we felt, and this is why an important topic for us was to get different uses in a kind of tiny space, but also like very opposite uses. It was already said before. Just also to let people know what's actually happening around them. If they only like if they are in their dormitory cities, they will never see anything but residential places around their house. And so we thought if they really see where things are produced, where things grow, and so on, where they are sold, when all this is around them, it will also help to like better understand the economy and all the circles that there are, and also help to try to establish a circular economy, which in my opinion will be very important for our whole world to cope with all the climate changes and the scarce resources and so on. So yeah, and also we thought that this is like probably the main thing to generate a lively neighborhood or a living city, so that because of this mixture, and maybe also because of the separation of different things, that there are always ways you have to go and encounters outside on the street. So there will also always be life. You meet someone, you talk to them, and yeah, it will never be like a dull sleeping neighborhood.
Yes, I want to jump into that in terms that circularity in itself is also a hybrid process, because there are many things at the same time that happen continuously that also feed onto each other, that create new things together, which of course are by definition hybrid because they are created by different things, well, mixing and matching at the same time. So also for such a project process to go in time as a co-creative spiral, it can only happen through hybridity, through interweaving of different aspects.
And what about the this idea of introducing vitality through these single objects in space? I mean, the ones that we see on the screen, which I said beautiful, but I was quoting the jury, because the jury says that they appreciate the beauty of those objects. So is that the concentrated beauty of those objects important to provide the vitality for the place?
Well, yes, in the sense that these are also cores and meeting places for many different activities. So, for example, the water pavilion is both a place to study the water, but also for people to meet, to have democratic processes about everyday life and the living environment, to have negotiations about how to use the space. For example, instead, the green pavilion also has aspects of, well, how to use the environment on land, to study it. Well, yes, that's essentially, and also then to create knowledge hubs between local knowledge and expert knowledge, while including also other species and other entities that aren't necessarily human. So they are a focal point of, well, I'm going back to the idea of spiral, but many things that happen at the same time in one place.
Thank you. Thank you. And another pair of projects that we wanted to compare together are the projects in Barcelona and in Beizama. It's very different context, both productive, one industrial, the other one agricultural. But in both cases, you introduce new uses through, well, with many aspects, but one aspect that we thought was interesting was the way you control pedestrian circulation. So it's like you have a productive space that requires, in one case, for instance, trucks and vans and things, and in the other case, tractors and machinery for the countryside. And your concern when introducing a more urban civic layer of program is how to introduce pedestrians, whether it is controlling it in some streets or going on rooftops, or actually starting by weaving a pedestrian itinerary on the covered pedestrian itinerary to weave the housing around it. So the question would be, do you think that pedestrian access and domesticity are related closely, so that you need the pedestrian to have the domesticity? And what other human scale actions did you think were important to transform those two productive environments?
Okay, I think first, yes. My name is Pepe La Cruz. I'm the winner in the Barcelona encounter. And I think the question that you're proposing, it's like very knitted, because apparently you wouldn't relate these two like very disparate things together. But now when you think about it, or when you like propose it, like it's something that I didn't put my direct focus on, but now that I see it retrospectively, I think maybe not only pedestrian, but especially diverse ways of mobility and how they coincide. I think it's, because for example, in my case scenario, no one would imagine that there's streets in Barcelona that have no side curb, but there's actually no side curbs here, and some streets are not even paved. So it's like a complete disconnection to the urban context. And I think just by not having a side curb, you already create a physical barrier, even though it's more like a void barrier, because it's somewhere where you can just move. So just by reintroducing this idea of, okay, let's bring the pedestrians back again, but let's maintain also, because in the end this is like a 3.0 industrial estate, let's say, so it's just adding more program to, because it still remains an industrial space. You need all of these vans, all of these trucks. So maybe what you don't need in the picture is the private vehicle. So it was just like a hybridity between what you need to produce, but also what you need for the city in order to like make this area like a link, basically. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Paul, and I mean the rest of the team. Some of them are not here, and well, Andre, Jordi, and Cynthia are with us. Regarding the question, I think that for us, it was maybe the project in itself is quite different than the rest in the way, in the sense that it's not in an urban scale. It's a plot, literally, and we had to design housing in that plot. And in that sense, it is in a very small village, which is constantly being, emptied because people leave that place. And for us, the plot was already very determining of the result of the project, because it's just incredibly steep. So in a way, we had to solve that, but at the same time, we wanted to give each of these housing dwellings the sense of a house, because the first conflict we came into was the fact that if we had to build housing in a village, but we were not going to give these people the direct access to the surroundings, the nature is like, you can't put a flat in a very tiny village. So it just didn't make sense to us. So that's why most of the effort went into that, into sort of recognizing the existing public spaces, sheltered also of the village, and just making an extension of that. And just the project came like around those spaces, and that's it. I think when you visit the town, it becomes very logic, in the sense that that's how people live there. They have their door, and they just put the chairs outside, and they basically spend their time there. And there's not a real conflict with transit, because it's very, it's a very small road. I don't know.
Well, I think like the idea of domesticity is already embedded in small villages, because there's no huge urban scape that's kind of hostile to the inhabitants. So one of our main ideas was try not to bring those features of urban buildings into the rural area, because there has been in Beizama a previous group of dwelling that has been built a few years ago, and I believe that if you bring these ideas of urban life into the rural scape, it kind of destroys what the people are searching here. So one of the main ideas in our project was to, what like Paul said, that every dwelling, every house, even though it's organized in vertical, must have direct access to the terrain. So this idea of domesticity in the rural landscape is not lost through these ideas of vertical organizations with the stairs and elevators. And I think it's also an interesting idea talking about the hybridization, that the first people talk that when you encounter a built form and you inhabit that built form, the idea of diversity, it's like embedded in it, because we as humans are not enclosed to one specific activity. And these modern ideas of zoning and dedicating one part of the city to a single activity has been proved to fail. And here we faces the project tries to incorporate the working spaces in a new rural kind of paradigm, and try to cope it with the dwelling in itself. So for us, the built form in this kind of contradiction between the architecture as an object and architecture as the script of activities. Our idea was like the form of the building, which is also taken from the traditional of the Basque Country, must allow different activities and must allow the dwelling of different structures of co-living.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oui, merci. Je vais peut-être vous poser quelques questions transversales, parce qu'en fait, ce thème sur la transition écologique et l'urgence climatique, parce que vous évoquez tous plus ou moins cette question aussi d'un nouveau régime climatique, on voit très bien qu'on passe d'une période où on était beaucoup dans l'artificialisation. Cette artificialisation des sols est quelque chose qui vraiment se développait un peu partout, gagner du terrain, cette artificialisation. Là, on peut dire qu'aujourd'hui, quelque chose s'arrête, et dans vos projets, on voit très bien qu'il y a cette idée de préserver la biodiversité, de préserver la fertilité des sols aussi, mais aussi, d'une certaine manière, de penser en termes non seulement de densification, mais aussi d'intensification, avec cette idée que, au fond, il y a presque une densification des usages, en fait. C'est dans la manière d'utiliser le minimum de sol pour un maximum de possibilités d'interaction. Alors, je trouve que ça, c'est vraiment très, très marqué dans vos différents projets. Et on voit comment la figure de l'hybridation revient extrêmement souvent dans différentes, que ce soit dans des différentes couches d'usage, mais que ce soit aussi dans la façon de trouver un équilibre entre l'artificiel et le non artificiel. Alors la question qui est pour vous transversale, et ce sera intéressant de voir aussi comment vous y répondez, c'est à propos de justement cette... moi, j'appelle ça une intensification écologique, ecological intensification in a way. How do you do to find a good balance between human activities, human life, and non-human activities? And because, yes, and when you spoke about ecoton, it was already the beginning about something two milieus, the meeting between two milieus. But how to do to manage this new thinking about sharing space, time, and life with human and non-human?
When we did this project in Ertilia, I mean, we realized that actually there is not such thing that human and non-human, because I mean, in all the landscapes that we have almost all the landscapes that we have in Western Europe, I mean, everything is artificial. The forest, I mean, there are almost no more primary forest in Western Europe. So at the end, the landscape that you have is what, I mean, you can really understand that Aldo Rossi was right when he was saying that the landscape is a huge recipient of human labor, because everything is artificial at the end, even the forest. And which is not a problem. The problem was when this nature, this artificial nature, became like monotonous and very, I mean, not dull, but very, I mean, not diverse. And that's what we saw there. I mean, it is not because you have a non-artificial agricultural field that everything is okay. I mean, there you have a wheat culture, intensive wheat culture, and I think you have less biodiversity in those fields than you have in a suburb or in a city. I mean, I think there are no hedgehog now in Ertilia, and there are hedgehog in the garden of my mother in the suburb of Paris. So, I mean, of course, so, I mean, not make the soil, not artificialize is only the beginning. I mean, we felt that we really need to repair, even when it seems natural, that we need to cure this soil before implanting or while implanting, and I think this is what our site was in the category care, because you have those categories of the European categories, and our site was in the category care, because you have to care to cure before or while implanting. And I think in some site, this dimension, this curative dimension, has to be taken into account. And that's what, in a way, we try to do.
And what do you think the other teams about this question, to find a good balance between artificialization and non-artificialization?
So with our site in Schwäbisch Gmünd, I mean, it's a place that is inhabited for thousands of years already, and that is, at least that part of the valley is very industrialized for a long time. So, and I mean, it is in the middle of a town. So there was not really, we didn't really think about like bringing it back to nature or something like that, but we tried to keep the, like you said, artificial, natural things that are already there. We try to keep them and to amplify them and to give them like a new quality that maybe is like, in the best case, it's also amplifying biodiversity. But even if not, it can at least bring back a bit of nature to the people. So we try to keep the, let's say, the buildings on the plots where they already were, and try to make that a bit more dense, and by this gaining more space to reconvert into permeable spaces where you can retain water and so on. And also we try to, or we propose to bring the river into a more natural state, back to a more natural state, also to cope with the problems of heavy rainfall and so on. Yeah, so that was our approach to kind of get a balance between the green-blue infrastructure and the, let's say, human infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you. And you, for the other teams?
Yeah.
What's about this question to find a good balance? Because in a way, this ecological intensification, it means that we know that it's not a question we don't, of course, everything is artificial when you are in human activity, but at the same time, how to avoid to destroy the life. That's a big question, because we know we destroy too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically this last part relates more to Weithama, maybe, because in a sense, nature is so violently present in that village that it's hard to break that balance. You'd have to be very radical in order to sort of change the power that nature has, because it's in the middle of a vast landscape. Which is completely natural. So for us, it was more of a sense of trying to make a project that wouldn't interrupt any of the cycles or the logics that we believed nature had in that space. So in a way, just allowing the waters to flow the same way that it used to, allowing the spaces, the green spaces to connect from one side to the other of the plot. So it wasn't so much a strategy to regain a balance, but so more of an idea of trying not to break it, I guess.
To excuse me?
Trying not to break the balance that was already
not
there.
Not to break.
Yeah. So just acknowledging it and leaving it as it.
So, do you want to add something about your project? And also because you were speaking about you were speaking about the importance of rurality. Also, a new life of rurality today, and it's not only urban life, but also rural life.
Yes, for me, one of the main problems with artificial and non-artificial is embedded in like the economic system that provides all the goods and comforts that we use. And I mean, we all know that the capitalism has a few problems. It has a lot of good things, and one of these huge and immense problems is that it destroys nature. It uses huge amounts of resources to provide comfort to all of us. So for me, it's also the issue of artificiality and nature. It's also a problem of scale, of how many people live in the earth and how can we provide the goods, the food, the needs for all of them. And in our project, this issue of the scale is not that important because it's 150 inhabitants. But what Paul explained is that we wanted to be like very conscious of the place that we were arriving and trying to work with the logic of the people here, but also trying to bring like a new way of contemporary living. So it's not, people who will inhabit these dwellings are going to be people of like, most of them are going to have normal jobs and they're going to make a use of the building in a contemporary way. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing that I think in a way the merit of the project was in the enunciado, in the brief itself. Yeah, the fact that one of the places for Europan was a village that's so small. I think that already carries a lot of intention, and I think that the merit kind of was there. We simply.
Okay. You want to add something?
Yeah. For us, I really aligned to what he was saying at the beginning. I think that regardless, for example, of the fact of using vegetation as a soft infrastructure that starts at the beginning of the timeline of the master plan with the irrigation facilities, we approach the project in a very artificial way because we have this kind of notion of nature not being a wild realm that is kind of aparted from society, but actually, as he was introducing before, and in a very Latourian and even Marxist way, a kind of a construction, a kind of a sociological construction. And in that sense, we approach with vegetation and with an ecologically hybrid ecosystem in a very artificial way the project. I think that we used in a very scientific and artificial way this soft infrastructure and these ecologies to introduce them into the project, to build a context regardless of trying to emphasize on the fact of being natural or artificial, because we understand that both are a very radical concept that are not so defined anymore, but are kind of blurring context.
And what about the non-vegetation elements? Like, well, you're including things like the bioclimatic effect of plants and things in the buildings. I once heard a philosopher do a definition of nature as not something focusing on the living, but on what can die and can come back. Yeah. It was her. So we sometimes when we say nature, we think trees. But what about the non-trees elements of this nature? That's an important part of your project as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that maybe there's kind of an ironic approach there, in which in the project elements that are conceived conventionally as nature are approached in a very artificial way, and maybe elements that are artificial are approached in a very naturalistic way, in the sense that the more hard infrastructure of the project is actually approached through time and through the notion of decay and the notion that it's going to be removed or is going to be substituted or is going to be upgraded by other means. And I think that in that sense, it's somehow, or the project, the starting point of the project is that ironic approach in which both realms are approaching absolutely the opposite way what it should be conceived as.
So, if you Wait, I want to say something else, otherwise we finish. We close this afternoon meeting for us. Thank you very much.
And don't move.
Yes. We continue. We will make a break, a coffee break later, but I propose you to stay a little still to have an interesting regard on the result of a workshop. We invited the teams of Europan E16 that can come for 4 days, the last days, to work on 2 interesting sites, very characteristic of the metropolis. And I will ask to we have 2 coaches that work in. Are the coaches? We can come. It's Miriam Garcia. She's architect and landscaper. And it's Louise Bazabe, that is an architect.